Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He spews talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay? I literally said they need to understand
you really gotta let these
that
people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
and just assume their character by stereotype.
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What
Do I think it's okay?
Welcome back to Pines to Palms, guys. Today we're going to be hunting big boars with the Henry single shot 30-30. So I actually found this gun last year at a Black Friday sale, and I picked it up for a really good price. It's got beautiful walnut stocks on it, a blued 22-inch long barrel, and I swapped out the original buckhorn sights for a set of Skinner Peep sights. I think they look really great with this gun. I went to sight it in with these Skinner sights, and the 150 grain rounds were still hitting a little high, so I decided to use 170 grain rounds. And I got this gun really dialed in. At 25 yards, I put all the rounds right in the bullseye. And when I stretched it out to 100 yards, I put 4 rounds in under an 1.5-inch group, and then I did pull the 5th one a little bit to the left. But my front sight is about double the size of the entire target at 100 yards, so this gun is definitely way more accurate than I am. For the last few years, I've been hunting this big old boar. He's been on this property ever since I've been hunting it, and he's really smart. He usually only comes out at night, but this past spring, I actually got him to come out during daylight, and I was hunting with a 22. I was going for a headshot right between the eyes, and I don't know what happened, but I must have had really bad boar fever because I completely jerked the trigger and made a horrible shot on him. But the next night, he was back at the feeder, and you can actually see where the 22 round went into his skin and came out the other side. It's a few months later now, and I actually have him coming in during broad daylight, and I want to get him out of here before deer season because he pushes all the deer away from the feeder. So I'm breaking out the big guns, the 30-30, and hopefully we can get it taken care of. Have you guys seen any pigs? Any pigs around here? Yes or no?
Talking to the cows,
You
that's a
can see the
bad
hogs have been doing
sign.
a ton of rooting in here. It's all tore up. It's like a rototiller went through here. Here we are. This is where we're going to be hunting. I got the corn feeder here filled with apple flavored deer corn. And I have it set to go off every night at 6:30 for 10 seconds. And it just spreads that corn all over in here. I think I have that big boar coming in from that direction. And I do have a tree stand over here at 65 yards. And I know 65 yards isn't that far to hunt with iron sights, especially when you're shooting those tiny little groups at 100. But when it starts to get dark and you have boar fever, that pig starts to look really small at 60 yards in front of that front post sight. So I did set up a pop-up blind here at 30 yards. That cuts our shot distance in half. So it should make our shot a lot easier and more ethical. It's a lot more fun getting close anyways. I put it right on the edge of these palmettos here, so it kind of blends in enough. I'd rather it be in front of the palmettos to kind of break it up more, but it just doesn't work with this giant oak tree in front of the feeder. So this should be a pretty good setup. It's also still summer here, and so it rains every afternoon, and at least I won't get soaked in the pop-up blind. But I'm gonna keep an eye on this trail camera, and if that big boar keeps coming in, next time I talk to you, hopefully we'll be out hunting. It's been a few days since we set up the pop-up blind. That big boar disappeared for a few days, but he was in there last night for about 2 hours eating. So I think it's the perfect time to get out here and see if we can get him with this 30-30. Probably gonna go for just a good old shoulder double long shot on him. I'm not gonna go for the neck just because I'm using iron sights. So I think we'll be able to get it done though. It's a beautiful night. It just downpoured, so hopefully it's done raining for the next couple of hours and this wind stays consistent. And we'll be able to get him. Got one in the tube. Let's walk out there and see what happens. These rounds are really jiggling in my pocket. I have to take a couple out and put them in a different pocket here. Sound like Santa Claus. I'll tell you what though, it feels great carrying this gun. It's so light, no scope on it. It just balances perfectly with your fingers right here. Just a perfect little woods gun. I'm not gonna lie to you, I had a hard time falling asleep last night because I was so excited about coming out hunting. I really hope he comes in tonight and I make a good shot. God willing, we'll see what happens. The big boar. Whew, man. I'm shaking right now. My adrenaline is just pumping. I put my earplugs in. I couldn't really hear anything, and he just kept walking back and forth, and I was just waiting for him to hold still enough so I could get a shot on him. I'm gonna give things a second to cool down, and then we'll go take a look. And here's this big old boar that I've been chasing for 3 or 4 years now. Man. This is probably the oldest pig I've ever shot. I'm not sure though. Looking over here, so I actually hit him with a 22 a few months ago, and this whole area is kind of like, I don't know, it doesn't look infected, but it's kind of like weird looking. Looks like that's the exit hole, and the bullet must have came in over here and came out. So just a flesh wound. But man, what a cool old boar. He's got this big cut in his scar. Then he has a giant set of wetters and cutters. I hope you guys enjoyed that hog hunt with the Henry 30-30. I think it's a great little rifle. It's super accurate. And this is the first animal I've ever personally killed with the 30-30. And I was super impressed. It put it down with a lot of power. And it feels really good to get this big boar out of here just in time for deer season. That way he won't be pushing off all the bucks. But hopefully I'll see you guys soon, and I hope God blesses you.
Well, happy hog hunting, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the world, all two of you. And everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you wander in and you're new, please subscribe to the channel and share it out. I actually have a couple videos I'm going to look at, both kind of on the topic of something we call the racial contract, and I've been talking about it off and on for the past week or so. A book that I'm reading, and it's a short book, but it's a kind of a dense read. And the premise of the book is that I don't know if anybody has read their philosophy 101 books. You know what? I didn't even realize I've read Locke, and it was college since I read Locke. I guess I'm gonna have to brush up. But something called the social contract. Basically, it is kind of like the code people live by in a quote civilized society. You come out of the state of nature, and people there's some unwritten kind of, I guess you call them customs or culture, just kind of the unwritten rules that people live by. And, the base unit of a culture, at least in Western culture, is the family. And I would bet probably pretty much any culture starts with some sort of family unit. And then you go to tribal units, and then, it just gets bigger from there. And Charles W. Mills, a philosopher who died back in 2014, he basically says that the social contract in the West is basically the rules that white people live by. This is like pre-colonial, before all the colonization started. And once colonization started, there were a different set, there is still a different set of rules where white culture, we'll just call it white culture for now, is the standard. And for non-white peoples, there's a whole nother standard. Basically, he calls it the racial race. What does he call it? The racial contract, basically, to put it simply, where there are people who are traditionally European. And this is something that's not just the States. It's basically all over the world, anywhere that Europeans went out and colonized, especially settler colonialism. When, say, the English or the Spanish even came to the Americas, there was kind of a set of rules that, your fellow white man would live by. And then there was a whole nother set of rules that are kind of a parallel, but not quite, for the non-white peoples. And the non-white peoples would be, say, native or aboriginals that you met in the New World. There was a whole nother set, a racial contract that slaves lived by, when they were imported over. And the whole thing is there's one set for, say, the class of Europeans that have a similar background. There's a whole nother set of expectations or rules for the non-white peoples. And Mills is not the only one to have kind of observed that, but he's kind of considered like the first person that actually went and kind of described it, theorized about it, basically. And we're going to kind of explore that. And we're going to start with Bro Diallo, who first time I shared him was last week. And he's actually over the years been kind of a favorite of mine. And he, I kind of stopped watching him because I started watching other things. And then Fred, my buddy Fred, said, "Hey, look, this is something, something he, Bro Diallo, the show Bro Diallo did a couple weeks ago." And I hadn't watched him in quite some time. And when I watched him, I'm like, yeah, that's the Diallo I know. Very, very smart guy, very articulate guy. And black radical that he is, black Marxist that he is, I think he, when he gets rolling, he hits on all cylinders. And you know what? He tells some uncomfortable truths. And from my perspective, I think he's spot on most of the time. And a lot of people, especially black conservatives, white people in general, you sit down and they'll go, "Nah, it's not really like that." Well, the whole premise of the racial contract is that if you live in what you consider a norm, you don't even notice. All of this happens almost at a subconscious level. And if you ever listen to, say, a John Galt or a CT, you will hear them say stuff like, "Well, why haven't black people accomplished things?" There's an othering. Okay, they will specify, "Well, why can't black people be like white people or another racial group?" There are certain expectations that seem to be separate from what what people would call a norm. And for my money, when we start racializing crime, when we start racializing, some of the problems with single mother homes, crime happens in all communities. But in America, just your rank and file everyday Americans, they literally racialize crime. And my belief is that that's why crime, is always rampant in certain communities, because it's racialized to a point to where white people don't care about solving it. They basically say, "Up, it's black crime. Black people need to solve it." Doesn't matter whether blacks have the political power or the economic power, the social power. It's their problem. We don't have to worry about it. It happens in the hood. We will sit there and we will pass judgment. And I'm doing this from a white perspective. We will sit there. Be Brave is the perfect example. Others are the perfect example. Why can't black people, well, basically be more like white people? You'll hear some folks say, "Well, you know what? Stanley, you don't even live in the hood. What are you talking about?" Well, what does it matter where I live? And why would you expect me to care about what happens in neighborhoods I've never been a part of, groups I've never been a part of? That is a good example of the racial contract. Because I'm black, you expect me to play basketball? You expect me to care what goes on in the hood? I should just know by virtue of being black. I should know about this stuff. I should have an idea about this stuff. That all fits in, probably too neatly, but it does fit neatly into what Charles Mills would call a racial contract. There's certain expectations that me as a black man, I'm expected to be at one with my community. When, back the old trope that all black people look alike, that's the racial contract. We don't look like white people. We don't act like white people. That is literally the racial contract. There's one set of expectations for non-whites, and then there are a set of expectations for white people. So as uncomfortable as that may be, I'm sure there are people who would love, like SKC, would love to get up here and go back and forth. But I'm pretty much of the mind that this, for my money, pretty much fits what I have seen day to day and throughout my life. And I've kind of been able to to live in both worlds, a black world and a white world. And I think there's more to um, the ideas or the descriptions that a Charles Mills and others put out about the nature of American culture. And hey, you may or may not believe it, but if you've read what I've read, it comes uncomfortably close to what actually goes on in American culture. So we'll start out with Bro Diallo. I do have a Charles Mills. I guess it was like a panel he was on way back in the day. Like I said, he died in 2014. We'll get to it, and then I've got his book loaded in my Kindle on my computer. I don't know if we'll get to that, but if we don't, we'll do it some other time. So let's see what Bro Diallo says. And this video, which made me chuckle, is called Whiteism, the Pathology We Call a Privilege. And I agree. Aramio Frimpong has said a few times over the years that we need better white people. And I absolutely agree with that observation. We need better black people too. But hey, as the B-Braves of the world are fond of telling us, it's a white man's country. And so I will go with that flow, at least for now. And I may have to skip ahead because he tends to want to do music and stuff. Here we go.
Be long, but I must be strong.
And why this is not playing? Why are you not playing?
It's not even gonna be a long
I have to refresh this.
Us. White folks got some big.
I don't know what's up. Yeah, let me load this in another tab. All right. Well, let's see if I can get it to play in this tab. There we go.
See, I got this chai tea, nice thing, because we're gonna jump in with both feet, get through it and get through it, be done with it. Because I know.
And Diallo is horrible at technology.
And I know I can't compete with
almost as bad as I am.
So I will have y'all there by the time it gets good. Shout out to everybody missing the opening monologues. And so I'll have y'all, don't worry, I'll have y'all at the BET Awards in an hour or less. Let me start off.
It goes over an hour.
Last week I talked about Ibrahim Traore. And I've been getting a lot of feedback. A lot of people coming hard. There's a very powerful cult of personality built up around Ibrahim. And, it is essentially sacrilege to talk about, say anything critical. Nobody acknowledged or really talk to my core point. My core criticism was completely glossed over, ignored, or I can't even say it's rejected because nobody even acknowledged that I said this is it. And I saved it towards the end. So maybe they just don't watch towards the end. Also, there was one place where I messed up, where I'm wrong. There's one position I want to retract, which is probably the most irrelevant point. Or no, I wouldn't say it's irrelevant because it is relevant, but of significance. I misunderstood Ibrahim's wage thing because he made a very big deal about freezing and reducing the wages of the public servants. And if you know anything about quote unquote impoverished countries, quote unquote, I don't like the term developing countries, but I'm from old school. We called it third world countries. And I think that is a appropriate terminology to call it a third world country, even though that was relatively ill-defined. But he actually did not reduce his rage, but I assumed he had adopted the prime minister or head of state wage. It is the guy, and I looked it up. I found like 3 different sources said that he just maintained his military wages. So the part where I said about him reducing the wages of his subordinates and holding his wages of his subordinates, but not his own, it's not, but he did not take the pay bump, which I missed because I made an assumption. So that was wrong. I take it back. And like I said, going forward, I hope I'm wrong about everything else I said. But the wage thing, I'll admit, I'll cop to that. I was wrong about what I said about the wages. And good, great. I'm wrong. You know, that's 1 point for his supporters and 1 black eye for his I'm not really a detractor. I'm just a skeptic. I'm just a critical. I'm a hater. Anyway, and I also want to say, I didn't say this. I was listening to this earlier today, and I'm like, man, I didn't announce. You know, every now and then I receive gifts from my listeners, and I got this gift from, and I try to preserve it, but I got this gift, Gil Scott-Heron, Moving Target. This is one of his later albums. Like, it's weird with Gil Scott. Like, I think a lot of the album 1980, it's one of his best albums, and it gets glossed over. 1980, Spirits, and Moving Target. A lot of his later work gets glossed over. It's not as, you know, bluesy as his original, like Pieces of a Man, The Revolution Will Not Be Televised, and his earlier work. And so people know that he's an artist from the 60s and the Black Power era, but they kind of, many Gil Scott-Heron enthusiasts kind of ignore the fact that he recorded well into the 90s. In fact, in 2000, one of the first places
other than 1 or 2 songs, I've actually never gotten into Gil Scott-Heron.
She was just somebody I was trying to holler at until she trapped me. But back when I was in my hollering stage, one of the first places we went out together was to see Gil Scott-Heron at SOB's in Manhattan. So he was around for a long time making music. So I love getting copies because I don't have a copy of this actually. Gil Scott-Heron, Moving Target. But it's the reason I try to preserve it. Here's the thing about this. I love getting albums and hard media because, first of all, the white man doesn't control all of that. And, you know, I love album covers and liner notes, right? You don't get this with digital media. Like, I feel so sad for my sons because they really into their music, but that shit is all out there. They don't know the sensation of opening an album, reading along with the lyrics, or sometimes artists will put their shout outs of the journey and the various contributors and all that. They just don't have this. And this is the coolest shit. Peep this. I've never seen a CD like this. See how it's like an album? That is cool as hell. So shout out. And when people send me stuff, I don't know whether or not to shout them out. So if you do send me something, let me know. You know, sister sends me something nice and I come say her name online and then her man find out. I'm not trying to break up no black homes. Or hey, it's Pride Month. Or a brother sent me something nice like this. This was a brother who sent me this. But I don't want to say, so if you do send me stuff, because I have people sent me stuff and say, you know, don't even mention it. Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. I'm like, should I say something? Like I said, you know, feel free to send me what you want. And I won't say your name unless I'm specifically say, yeah, you can say my name, shout me out, whatever. But thanks, brother. And it's been a while. I've been listening to this. I got it. And it took a while to come, but when I got it, I've been listening to it. But when I first opened it up, I'm like, wow, that is cool as hell. It's like
trying to figure out what is it with these intellectuals in their colored glasses. Why can't you just wear like non-designer colored glasses?
a vinyl record, but it's a CD. So I'm gonna take this back up front because this is in heavy rotation. Love me some Gil Scott Heron. And I did want to share it and give public. I thank them specifically, but I want to thank them publicly too. And like I said, I'm not going to shout you out unless you give me permission by name. Because like I said, I'm not trying to break up your house. What you send that nigga that stuff for? You ain't got me nothing. Anyway, but I digress. Like I said, we can't mess around. I got to get y'all to the BET Awards. I'm telling you, I have y'all there in 40 minutes or less. Somebody, when I was getting off the air a couple of weeks ago, was
just a quick point. I rarely if I know the content creator and the title, the topic looks interesting, I oftentimes don't pre-watch these. So, I'm pretty much seeing this for the first time with whoever's out in the audience. So, I pretty much react to it live, and I'll talk more as this video goes on, but I am not, I tend to kind of think of these shows as almost like a classroom. I'm not necessarily the teacher. I'm more like a presenter. I have ideas about, a lot of the stuff people talk about, but I'm actually more interested in how they present the ideas. Sometimes I learn stuff, sometimes, what I think is reinforced, but I am not, unless I have somebody up on the panel, you know what? I'm kind of a spectator, just like the people in the chat. I don't get off on, presenting my warped point of view. I'm much more interested in, whether I agree with the idea. Not everybody I show up here, I agree with. There are plenty of people, especially, MAGA type people. I often don't agree with a lot of their takes on American culture, but I'm not all about, echo chambers and that sort of thing. There are a lot of things, like I'm not the level of Marxist that a lot of black radicals like Diallo are. I mean, he is a true socialist, and I think he would call himself a black radical. I'm not that at all. However, I do think that some of his takes are interesting, if not stuff that I agree with. A lot of other takes I don't necessarily agree with. And, usually I'll say, well, I don't agree with that, or I do agree with that. But hey, this is kind of a long video. I'm just not into the fuckery and stuff. I don't necessarily need to be the center of attention until I need to be, I guess. So that is my tap dancing.
like, can you just talk about white pathology? Can you just talk about white folks? And I'm like, that's all I do. At least that's what I thought I was doing. But they wanted to be, and I didn't want to be like, well, I did a whole thing on the Iceman's inheritance or whatnot. But we do throw terms and concepts around, and I do think it's healthy to revisit and review them, because we just can't. New people come in, and I be forgetting shit. I remember I was talking to Skip and James, and no, it was Skip and Geechee, and I was talking about race first, ideology second, and class third, and I just couldn't remember the class part. And so you got to revisit. You got, especially as you get older, you got to reinvigorate and revisit these ideas. So anyway, let's talk about white folks and Fear of a White Planet. It's funny, Public Enemy came out with this album, Fear of a Black Planet. And black people, we kind of work ourselves up to
shit,
act
that was
like
in the early
we
90s or
white
late
folks
80s.
fear us. White folks got some fixation or hang up about us. And it's to the point where no matter how abusive the relationship is, black people kind of hold to our special relationship with white folks. Like, white folks have this weird fixation on us. They appropriate our culture, and they just can't, they gentrify our neighborhoods, and they bring us over here and they invade our lands. Woo, 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 woo. But I I hate to say it, and I don't like saying it because I'm not trying to diminish the atrocities and the harm that they did and continue to do to us. But we are not special to white folks. You know, and I haven't seen Kwabena around in a while, so I think I can freely use the N-word. But when I use the N-word, first of all, I don't like saying the word N-word. I prefer to say nigga. And my thoughts
Yeah, a
on
lot
the
of
N-word
people
are kind of
seem
like
to.
halfway between Paul Mooney and Dick Gregory and their philosophy. But I think that but I'll just say it. Dick Gregory said somebody got to be the nigga. White folks need a nigga. And no matter where you find white people in their time in history, they've always, when they don't have a nigga, they will make one. So in Europe, if it ain't no black people in Europe and Central Europe, then okay, the Slavs are the niggas. The Jewish people will be our niggas. They come to the United States, then they got black folks or the indigenous inhabitants. You know, they
What's
go
up,
to
American
Asia,
man?
the Vietnamese, the Laotians, opium wars. So
It's first for a black
in that
radical.
understanding where Dick Gregory says somebody got to be the nigga. So even if we move up out of our nigga position,
That I understand your personal position on this sort of thing, American man. There are people out here who think that race is America's biggest problem, at least its biggest cultural problem. And I actually tend to agree with that. Now, I think class and race in America kind of intersect, and sometimes it's hard to separate one out from another. For instance, blacks are associated with working class and poor working class, even though there's way more white people who are in that category numbers wise. Um, so I see there are problems. You know, it's called race essentialism. There are people who, you know, get accused of being race essentialists. There are also people who get accused of being class essentialists. And for the people that like he said, ideology is second. Well, they're ideologues, but everybody has their take if there's some sort of thinking person. And I tend to agree that race is America's biggest problem. Well, let me take that back. Parenting is America's biggest problem, bar none. You may say that economics or poverty. To me, it all stems from how someone is parented, good, bad, you know, mediocre, whatever. But race is up there. And you associate it with, what'd you say, poor people of the Americas? Well, at least you said people, because there are people like a Be Brave. And I don't give a fuck. I will, you know, there, John Galt, Be Brave, CT, those are the people that, you know, are archetypes almost in some of my ideas. And when I present them, I just happen to think that poor white trash, Be Brave is an archetype. He thinks about race a lot, you know, even though he wants to wander off with global corporate machines. Literally, most of his shows, John Galt's the same way. Most of his shows about how black people are wrecking the country. At least Be Brave. John Galt, you know, he's like the Uncle Remus of the ghetto. You know, Joel Chandler Harris had Uncle Remus tales. Well, John Galt is the Uncle Remus with ghetto tales. So, sorry that I keep invoking their names, but those are the archetypes that come to mind. And, you know, when I'm in these YouTube streets.
in relationship to white hegemony and capitalism, somebody's going to fill that spot. And Dick Gregory even went so far and gave explicit examples that they'll even prey on their own women, burn them at the stake, and accuse them of doing the exact same thing they accuse us for. corrupting society, temptress, burn her at the stake, dunk her in some water, make her confess, stick wooden needles, wooden thorns underneath her fingernails, make her confess to the wickedness that she brings about. Their own children. Kent State, you show up and gun down their own white kids who are just asking for what was promised to them. So we don't really have a unique relationship. Now, for us, it's unique because it's happening to us, and we just need to take that shit mad personal. But when you get to talk to black folks and you start to talk about black folks and black folks start talking about racism and our condition and our history, sometimes black folks kind of concern me because we like, yeah, you know, they do this and the white man and do. And so anyway, and that goes to the other side of that, thinking we have this special relationship. And Dick Gregory said they don't do this to us because we're black. And I really hate that poem. I hate just my haughtiness, you know. I'm not even gonna bother because y'all don't like when I met. I gotta leave y'all icons alone. Does my haughtiness? Okay, that's the point. We just think they have a special fixation with us. And on the other side,
he tends to
fear of a black planet.
Hang out in the black radical spaces, like. But I guess he gets out about. But he's usually in the in the black radical spaces, and they do have a little bit of a sector
on Public Enemy because they kind of went commercial, but Yo Bum Rush the show. Oh my goodness, I'll forever love that. But all that, I digress. But we rap about fear of a black planet, but right now we live in a white planet. The whole planet is dominated by plutonic to give respect and acknowledgement to the research of Dr. Marimba Ani, the plutonic Western thought processes, plutonic Western interpretation and definition of reality, the germ seed, a tumawazo, the cultural, the asili of Western dominates the world, even outside of Western culture. And we love, like y'all talk this stuff about BRICS. We love to look at Chinese, but Chinese entire trajectory, historical trajectory, has been in response to and oriented around Western power. Go read Mao. A culture that is thousands of years older than Western culture now has to they set the tone. Even they're outpacing and beating a white boy at his shit, but it's still his shit. Industrialized, development, militarism, expansionism, and everything else. So we talk about fear of a black planet, and it's kind of weird that we don't fear the white planet that we live on. And it's a man-made apocalyptic planet. As the planet is evolving and developing under Western culture, Western economics, Western politics, the convergence of this madness, fucking crypto. I mean, let me tell you something. You want to lose my respect? Tell me you into that crypto bullshit. But the life-sustaining capacity of the world is being destroyed. And let me tell you something about Western culture and Western domination, because many of us have been under Western domination for so long. I used to go to the Amos Wilson study group under brother Cam. And one day he drew a historical timeline.
I know
of human civilization.
I know that
human evolution. From the earliest
CKJ3 would want to know about that study
evidence
group.
we have of the existence of human consciousness, human culture, human communities, the mobile human settlements, human agriculture, human language, human art, human literature. You go from here, and then he said up to the present day. And he said Western culture and Western dominance is about this much out of this much. So Western culture and these entities, these individuals and communities and races and cultures that we call white or Western, are the newest They've had the shortest lived civilization, but it's so predominant in our culture and it's so predominant in our consciousness because it's been so destructive. Now, Europeans are not the first cultures to engage in technological development, to organize for warfare, to build empires and conquest, or conceptualize of weapons. But it has done exponentially more destruction than all these other cultures. And they've tried to convince us that there were no other technological civilizations until they came. So they convince us, well, we're able to achieve this level of progress and development because we're so brilliant, as opposed to we were able to achieve this level of progress and development because we're the only ones who were willing to do this shit.
Well, there are people, and this is something that Charles Mills covers in The Racial Contract. Basically, white people interrupted, the places they decided, or civilizations, or societies, cultures that they decided to invade and colonize. They basically interrupted processes. Not all cultures, not all civilizations develop at the same rate, but essentially once Europeans invaded Africa, way back in the 15th century, 14th and 15th centuries, they basically, it's almost like the Star Trek Prime Directive, where, you may visit, but you have to be very careful not to interrupt the natural progression of technologies and that sort of thing. That's what Europe did not do. Once they got into a country, and that's settler colonialism. Once they came to the Americas, for instance, they basically decided, the English and the Spanish too, but the English I'm just more familiar with, because of where I grew up. They decided, for instance, that they had a God-given right to the Indians' land because they felt the Indians weren't being productive. Well, it turns out the Indians were actually better at farming than the Europeans were. Europeans had this thing for clearing the trees out and, making straight rows. They had a thing for organization, whereas, Native Americans weren't that into it. They would farm an area. They wouldn't knock down the trees or anything like that, I guess, unless they had to, because they did burn trees. They did controlled burns way before, Europeans in America got into it. What they do in California, where they, burn the brush off just to control, for wildfires. Native Americans were doing that before Europeans even got to the Americas. But what I was saying is that Native Americans didn't have a thing for straight rows and clearing out the land and all that. They just kind of took the land as it was, grew what they needed to grow. And when the land was exhausted, they just stopped farming it. They let it go fallow. They did basic crop rotation and land rotations. And really, Europeans at the time didn't even know about crop rotation. Tobacco farming in Virginia and North Carolina, perfect examples. Europeans would farm the land until, especially tobacco, until the land just couldn't grow it anymore. So they would go and conquer a little bit more land. This was way before crop rotation ever became a thing. Indians knew about crop rotation, and there was so much land that, they didn't care to clear it. Farm it. When it stops producing, move on to another tract of land, let the land you left behind grow fallow. And, after a few years, they would come back and recultivate. So what I'm saying is that Europeans, because of the nature of settler colonialism, how they decided to do it, the question, well, why didn't Africans, you know, build these, you know, why is there no Google, you know, an African or black version of Google? Well, that's because white people basically invaded and they settled it. They did settler colonialism. They basically took people out of their native culture, their native environment, and made them, you know, square peg in a round circle, made these people slaves and made them do um, what Europeans wanted them to do. You know, the resource extraction, you know, tending their farms, building their houses. I mean, why do you think Thomas Jefferson, who's my favorite founder, why do you think he had time to write things like a Declaration of Independence? It's because he didn't have to tend his own farm. He had slaves to do it. So, long story short, I find that sort of question, especially when CT or John Galt or JP ask that question, I just basically think they're ignorant. And most times I just don't even bother going up on the panel because I'm not going to play that ignorant game. If you don't know why there are no black or Native American, you know, why there's not a Google in 2025, well, that prospect was cut off like 500 years ago. That's 500 years that you know, black people weren't in, you know, the ones in America, our ancestors were taken out of Africa. That's 500 years lost. Who knows what could have happened in 500 years had there been some sort of colonial prime directive? I find questions like that. And what people like CT and John Galton, all those, are what they're really alluding to is they think they know the reason. It's because black people have natural deficiencies. You will hear them if you listen closely. They will go, blacks aren't as smart, they're inherently violent, etc. They buy into the racial contract just like they were white, in my opinion. In all this, oh well, you know, we're actually pro-black. We think, you know, black people ought to band together. But they will say black people need to be like the Jews, or black people need to be like the Asians, or black people need to be like white people. That's called assimilation. What they call pro-black, I call just out and out racist. And I don't care if it hurts some feelings or pisses some people off. That's exactly what it is.
There are other cultures that there is archaeological evidence that other cultures started looking around and say, well, we have this civilization, we have this technology, we have this expansion, but it's destroying the rivers. We had to cut down the forest, and we don't want to do this. So there is evidence of development civilization and evidence of civilizations that drew back. What we would call now today sustainability, that cultures and civilizations that reach a level of sustainability or harmony with the ecosystem. And that doesn't mean there wasn't bad shit going on. But the bad people, you have to say what components, what does the overall culture incentivize? Does it incentivize humane behavior, empathetic behavior, or Western behavior? But I digress. So anyway, what is white pathology? For a few years now, I've been talking about stop saying that white people are privileged. Stop calling it privilege. It does not meet the standard or definition of a privilege. Now, when we look at white, our oppressors, we look at the material outcomes: private jets, power, dominance, the ability to impose their will across the globe. We look at the outcome that a white man can be a felon, a confirmed sexual predator, functionally illiterate,
Is he talking about Donald Trump?
They've put his speeches through these language models, and they've come out to say that Trump speaks on the level, the intellectual and vocabulary level of a third grader. The way he structures his sentence, the way he structures his sentences, and his range of vocabulary is at the level that you would expect a third grader to communicate, a pre-adolescent. Every time I listen to this man, and it's really shameful because I've been watching this Caucasus Mountain Cave Dwelling Devil since the 80s. I've been paying attention to Trump and his politics. You know, I was in New York when they were trying to get the Central Park Five, when he was trying to get those children murdered for a crime he knew they didn't commit. So anyway, I'm always like, man, this guy's an imbecile, right? But then he gets to be president. And even Obama, and y'all, if I swear for God, if I catch y'all sharing that meme about how Trump is a criminal and Obama was an innocent man, but Obama got on stage, because Obama's an international war criminal. I'll just leave it at that. Obama got on stage and you know how he's a swivel foot. You ever see those men that cross their legs and the leg that's over the other leg, the foot kind of Obama's an old swivel foot. Yeah, he's been in Chicago too long. All he needs is some Florsheim and translucent socks. He could sit at any of these little dive bars along 47th Street, fit right in. But Obama sat there swivel footing and said, imagine if I had done this. Imagine. And everybody hooping and hollering. Everybody was sharing this. Yeah, if Obama had done this, he'd be in jail. He'd be impeached. He'd face all these consequences. But Trump has the privilege where he could be the scum of the earth on his third baby mama. Some say fourth baby mama. Who's counting? They all paid. They all prostitutes. They only with him for the money. Who would be anywhere near Trump if it wasn't for the money? And so, and there's like, that's privilege. And I'm like, how is it privilege to be the scum of the earth? That man is scum. And we can look at them in the worst, most obscene, absurd conditions and call it privilege.
Well, this is a classic example of basically, that's how he sees it. And I guess he's basically teaching his point of view. I don't particularly agree with him about, the privilege part. It's exactly a privilege. It's a privilege that he is describing, whether he wants to call it privilege or not. That is his peccadillo. It's exactly privilege. And Obama's absolutely right. So Bro Diallo and I will disagree on this point.
And we see all the damage he's doing. Forget about black folks, because, it's a given. It's a given. We are going to suffer, irregardless of who take power. Black folks, our role in this country was locked in since Plymouth Rock fell on us, and it hasn't changed. Even though they've made some minor concessions, our role in this country hasn't changed. But look at the damage and harm he's done to white folks. Right? And it's like, that's not a privilege. That's pathological. But because we don't look at the details in the process, we just look at the material outcome. I'm wearing my prospect shirt. I didn't intend to. But I used to...
well, see, unfortunately for Diallo...
I don't know. Should I be telling? Let me not tell people.
Privilege is literally the outcome. Okay, if you decide to do business fraud and the outcome isn't jail, the outcome is you are president, what is that but privilege? Sometimes Diallo doesn't have is eloquent and as well thought out as he can be. Sometimes he has a problem with words too. Privilege is literally material and based on outcomes.
I'll tell. Me and Rip, statute of limitations and all. Me and Rip the Crip used to steal bikes. And we would look for very specific bikes, these BMX trick bikes, right? And when I would steal the bike, I couldn't come home to my grandmother's house in East Hills Village and walk in there with my bike and my grandmother go, "Ooh, you got a bike. You're so privileged. Nice bike. A better bike than I could ever afford to buy you. That's a beautiful, nice bike." She would want to know, fuck, I don't give a fuck if I come in the house with anything. My grandmother raised 5 sons on the ghetto, in fact. She raised 5 sons on the ghetto before she raised me, my brother, and my sister. So she was already raised a generation of boys. And she didn't want them hustling, banging, doing none of it, and keep them off the streets and keep their heads in the Bible and the books and maybe some basketball. That's it. And so anytime you showed up with something nice, nicer than what you deserve, my grandmother said, "Hey, I need to know where you got that." And 2 things that's bad. If some girl bought it for you, you don't play that. Take it back. Or if you didn't get it honestly, if you didn't pay for it, if you stole it or something, because we couldn't accept nice things from women. And we couldn't accept nice things that we didn't pay for. And so,
What's up, dirty
under our
dude?
logic, under black folks' logic, if I stole a bike and come through the door, they'd be like, "Oh, he's got bicycle privilege. Diallo's a privileged young man." Because it don't matter how I got it, because if I got it and it's nice, it's a privilege. Now, we understand that doesn't make fucking sense. My grandmother's like, "I don't care how nice the bike is. I would have to take that shit back." So we look at white folks and all the shit they stole and all the nice things we call, and instead of looking at them, it's like, give that shit back. Take it back where you got it from. You scumbag. You're no good, down low, dirty, peanut head, knucklehead. What you doing? You ain't got no business having that. We call that privilege. And so when we look at our oppressors and their behaviors, all sense of logic and morality collapses. In what way is it privilege? To reserve for yourself undue, unjust resources and wealth. In what way is it privilege to dehumanize others in order to increase your own sense of self and your own ego? And I've had people fight me on this. And so there's another component to this that I think we need to understand is that white, and white is a very particular thing. There are some white folks who reject whiteness. I've met a few myself. You know, I've read several books written by various scholars who understand that the pathological concept of whiteness is something that white people should reject, and that there should be no white pride, white race. And they understand it's okay to be Scandinavian, it's okay to be Irish, it's okay to be Portuguese, and even have some pride and enthusiasm about your Italian heritage, the good parts of it. But to be white, you know, because there are white people out here like Stephen Miller and the Trump administration talking about white genocide and the elimination of whiteness. But there's a whole community, a whole ideological component of white people who are trying to dissolve and do away with whiteness because they said it's never given anything good and it's essentially meaningless. It has no real meaning aside from setting up a separation and predatory relationship with everyone who's classified as not white. So when you say white pride, you're literally making a offensive and predatory assertion. Whereas you say black pride, you're resisting that assertion. Native pride, aboriginal pride, indigenous pride. These are 2 different things because of the concepts and how blackness evolved. The concept of black, because there's all these smart ass people, "Oh, there's no black in Africa." Shut the fuck up. Africans are black. All Africans are black, even though all black people ain't African. But forget I said that. Delete that footage. So I ain't ready to get into that. So blackness is a positive thing only because inherently it is an opposition. It is an oppositional resistance response to whiteness. Whiteness in every component is predatory. And I knew this white liberal this white liberal progressive. And he used to have long, y'all call it dreadlocks, I call it matted fur, but y'all know what I'm getting at when white folks do that to their hair. And he used to smoke hashish, and he was a real earthy, progressive white dude. And he was,
Yeah, well, dirty dude. He's probably
white
drunk.
college
That
white
tends
boys
to
living the
happen when
hobo
he's
life, right?
drunk and high.
And he used to be around at all the protests and the progressive stuff, and he was around reggae music. He'd be up in the reggae clubs and in the black record store and listening to black jazz. He was around about. So I knew the dude. I see him coming and going. And he decided, okay, time to be for real white. I'm no longer alt-white. And, so he cut off, he shaved his matted fur and stopped wearing, his bohemian clothes and his hemp jewelry and all of that, stopped smoking the ganja and all that, and just became a middle-class white man. And he went into the medical field, and then he became a middle-class white man. He started hanging around middle-class white folks. Boom, bam, he all of a sudden had a conversation with someone we knew mutually. And he was like, well, because he was around all this black culture, black, he decided that, hey, just like you have pride that you're white, that you're black, I have a right to have pride in my whiteness. And people said to him, oh, this is like 20 years ago. It's a long time ago. They were like, oh, shit, wait till Diallo hears this. You got white pride? And so he's like, no different than black pride. So I had a conversation with him, which, I feel fortunate to be able to have these conversations. Unlike y'all, I don't have as much.
Yeah, well, I'm not.
Folks as y'all got.
I've seen it bad. If it's worse than normal,
the more
then
successful you are as a
no.
black person, the more
I'm sure it'll be entertaining.
And
I might even go back and look at it at some
but
point.
I digress. So dude was like, yeah, and I'm like, well, tell me specifically, because I'm proud to be black because of black people's overall being able to endure and resist slavery, colonization, imperialism, Jim Crow. That makes me proud to be black because we were able to endure and resist. We were able to create culture and cultural products out of the waste of our oppressors, the throwaway foods and the throwaway instruments and broken and scratched records. And we were able to endure. So I'm very proud to be black. So I said, don't just say, because I'm white, I'm proud of it. Give me the specific accomplishments of white people as a whole. Don't tell me about what the Irish did in the river dance, a little stiff upper body, tappy feet dance. Don't tell me about the accomplishments of Albert Einstein, because he wasn't even classified.
But Dirty, to that end, I say it often that people like John Galt, Be Brave, et al. Are pretty much the same people they criticize. MAGA's a lot like that. They will accuse the left and other people of doing exactly what they're doing. So, it is what it is. I'm sure it's entertaining. And some of it is performance art, I'm sure.
Is white, because remember, the Semitic people aren't, white folks have real trouble accepting them as white, but I continue to digress. I'm like, give me, and he was like, okay, fine.
I hate it when he goes,
I'm no
I
longer
digress.
White. I'm just white. And I'm like, well, you should not. That's not far enough. You should be ashamed. Shame on you when you stepped to. And so that was an interesting conversation. But most black people don't understand this. And that's why white folks still in 2025, you have a Black History Month. And black people get to say black pride and black love, but I say white, and all of a sudden it's a problem. Yeah, the fuck it's a problem. And you don't like it? Holla at your ancestors. Holla at your ancestors. But anyway, what is specifics of white pathology? I hate to have this. I'm gonna go ahead and let's put everything on the table. I accuse my wife of stealing this. It's a pamphlet, really. It's a pamphlet. It's like a collection of like 3 or 4 short essays. But there's more knowledge in this book than probably every 100 plus dollar textbooks I got in college that I paid for, hundreds of dollars of textbooks. But I accused her of taking this book. You know, my wife
The
is an educator
psychopathic
and a
racial
psychologist.
personality.
And I
Wow.
always,
That's
whenever
a
I
that's a
can't
book.
find any of my books that deal in any way with psychology, I immediately think she took it to her downtown office, Miss Fancy Pants. So I did go and say, I actually called her. I'm looking on the bookshelf. I can't find the book. And then before she got home, I found it. So yeah, I'm not perfect. I'm not a perfect man. I was wrong about Ibrahim's income, and I was wrong about her taking this book. But I'm gonna tell you something. This is what I do. I'm like, I gotta put this book away so she don't take it. If she needs it, she have to ask me, and then I hide it from myself. Life is hard. But anyway, I just want to read this paragraph about white folks. You know, introductory. It's not introductory. It's just halfway through the paragraph. But this, you know, we've been around white folks so long, and we don't understand them. And everybody that comes to explain white folks to us, we don't listen to them. But this part right here, and we'll be like, yeah, I agree with it, but we don't act like we agree with this. Dr. Bobby E. Wright, where should I start reading? Okay. This presentation is based upon the following very simple premise. In their relationship with the Black race, Europeans, whites, are psychopaths. And their behavior reflects, now ride with this, because this is a bar. Their behavior represents an underlying biologically transmitted proclivity with roots deep in their evolutionary history. And when you say someone's issue is biologically transmitted and rooted deep in their evolutionary history, it ain't enough fucking education. It ain't enough marches and protests. It ain't enough policies and bills and laws. It ain't enough uprisings and warfare to change that. And that's why whenever you see Black folks saying, hey, we got us a little right to vote. We buying us a little houses. We securing us a little something. We getting a little something. And white people come out and say it is white genocide. For Black people to live dignified lives, for Black people to live dignified lives and receive just compensation for our labor and our overall contributions to the society is white genocide. And the reason they say that is because they have a underlying biologically transmitted proclivity with roots deep in their evolutionary history to be predatory and hostile to us, to be anything other than to have anything other than full spectrum dominance. And that's their language, not mine. They write and publish this shit in their academic journals. Full, and their think tanks come up with these words, these full spectrum dominance. We want to dominate space. We want to dominate air. We want to dominate the land, and we want to dominate the sea. We want to dominate the media. We want to dominate culture, academia. We want to dominate the standard and concept of beauty. And we're like, fine. Go to Europe and do that. No, it's not enough. I didn't say dominant over where I live. I want to dominate it for you. Fine. And you have to internalize and embrace my dominance. And if you don't do anything less, you are attacking me. I want to stomp your face. And I demand that you do not splatter blood on my boot. And if you splatter blood on my boot, you're the criminal. You're the thug. You're too lazy welfare, and you're detracting from my society. There is no negotiating this. Psychopath. And we hear these psychological terms being thrown around all the time. Narcissist, psychopath, blah, blah, blah. But we don't move and operate and function. I've talked to Black folks, brilliant Black people. doing good things with their lives and making positive contribution to our just aspirations. But they'll send their kids to a predominantly white school and put their kids in white spaces and don't even warn them. Listen, be careful with these white folks. They have what is called a biologically transmitted underlying proclivity. Every black person should have that biologically transmitted underlying proclivity. Even if you married, even if you've been best raised together, even if you were adopted by, or even better yet, Chancellor William, I shouldn't. I gotta stop. No, I don't get it. I know this by heart anyway. Chancellor Williams said Europeans are eternal bitter foe. He said that whites are implacable enemies, are eternal bitter
Implacable,
enemies,
not
are
implaceable.
Foe.
Implaceable.
Europeans have said we operate
Implacable.
on the principles of full spectrum dominance, and we only negotiate under terms of mutually assured destruction. And these understandings are articulated by African scholars. These understandings are articulated by our oppressors. And not only do they articulate it, they don't like what did Puffy say? I ain't gotta talk it because I live it. Hello.
Where is Puffy now?
They can have it all. Take it all. What do I do? I put myself last in this family. All I do is sacrifice for this family. I'm sorry. Just being a man, being the alpha of my household. If that means everybody takes your stuff. What was I saying? So, we don't act like we believe it. We don't act like we know it. We don't act like we understand it. We don't move like, and you'll say this to some black folk, but they shown it to us. Yeah, Diddy said, I ain't got to talk it because I live it. They ain't got to talk it because they live it. They demonstrate. They showed us better than they could tell us. But they showed us intel. And I don't see black people's aspirations, our goals, our organization, how we structure our organizations, how we determine who among us is elite or who among us is going to lead us, and what our goals and objectives are, that we come with this understanding that these psychopathic a group of people with omnicidal intentions. It has been a while. Let me get her on here. Problem is, I give her a script every time and she goes off script. So if you don't see Dr. Ming on here, blame her. Tell her, get on script. So what are some of the characteristics? What are some of the characteristics? You know, Dr. Bobby E. Wright said, if you are to look at Western culture, there's only one lens that you can really understand Western culture. And he said that's under the rubric of psychopathology. He said, if you try to study Western culture using sociological techniques, history, political analysis, cultural analysis, he said, comprehending or understanding Western culture breaks down. And the only way to get a scientific explanation, clarity on what Western culture is, where it came from.
See, this is where I break. I think Francis Cress Welsing, Bobby Scott, these guys were as bad as any race realist. Well, I mean, essentially they were race realists. I don't buy into a Francis Cress Welsing any more than I buy into a Dr. Amy Wax. And by the way, they were and are both medical doctors, oddly enough. One was trained as a neurologist, that's Amy Wax, and the other was a psychiatrist, that's Dr. Welsing. I don't agree that a whole culture can have a biological, some biological imperative. It's a cultural imperative.
where it is and where it's going. And he said, if you put it under a rubric of psychopathology, he stated that the products of this culture,
I
those
can
who embrace
believe
who
that
are
a
coming out of this culture
psychosis
and dwell
could
within and
be
sustain themselves
cultural,
in this culture,
but
they lack the
not
capacity
necessarily
for guilt.
biological.
They don't have a capacity
I
for
mean,
guilt.
culture is software.
They don't experience anxiety or a threat to their self-esteem, no matter how far their atrocities go. Like me, I remember some unpleasant things I said when I was a child in school that to this day I feel bad for. Like if I could see some kids, I used to crack jokes all the time. It wasn't my fault. Rip used to goad me on to crack, but we used to crack on each other. That was our pastime. And I've said some things that were out of pocket. There's some behaviors I've exhibited throughout my life that I am not that I'm ashamed of, that I regret, that you know, and I try to imagine what it would be like. Me as a black man, I walk out and go get on the bus. And there's an elderly white woman, and I walk on the bus, and that elderly white woman has to get up and go to the back of the bus. You know, and I get up and get my child ready for school, and I send him to this magnificent school building with all the resources he could ever need, where he is protected and he is fulfilled and he is entertained and as well as educated. And then the child that lives in these horrible slums that I constructed goes to a school with no indoor plumbing, no electricity, no all outdated text, if any text. They don't have any type of, and I'm sitting there like, oh, that's good enough for them. What would I do if one of my homies, James, called me and was like, what's going on? Oh, we got us an uppity white, and we're going to go out and mutilate him and mutilate his genitals and torture him. And then when he finally passes out, we're going to string him up and burn him alive. Like, oh, James, he's like, hey, it's the weekend. We're going to get some drinks and have us a hold down. Like, what the fuck does have to be in your mind to create a Jim Crow system? That's utter fucking madness. And not only do you create a Jim Crow system, but you sustain it through generations. And to this day, they are pissed at us that we took away Jim Crow. And we don't really act like we understand that what they've done. Any area of criminality, sexual predation, economic warfare and economic predation, academic propaganda, psychological warfare. If you look at any level of predation and abuse and assault, they have taken this shit to levels unimaginable. You have to go back to the era, to the Bronze Age to find that levels. And even when you go to the Bronze Age, it's relatively isolated to pockets. It's my
I'm gonna be honest. In the middle of this rant that Diallo's doing, I'm not sure I can tell the difference in his argument from a John Galt's type of argument.
Like one or two warlords, but this is their whole culture. You go get that book, Without Sanctuary, and there's a mutilated, murdered African man on a tree, and there's a little 8-year-old girl with the happiest little content smile you ever see on their face. So somebody asked me, what is white pathology? White pathology is hyper-aggression, perpetual warfare. Every element of your life is oriented towards warfare. Kill as many people over the longest span of time as quickly as possible. And every good thing you have, from the radio.
Well, see, I don't think that's all white people, but I can tell you, Josh, the Christian nationalist who I heard last night on Venus's show, I think what he was talking fits the description that Diallo's talking about, but that's an extreme example. I don't think your everyday, rank and file, workaday world people tend not to be extremists. And I think Diallo, just like a John Galt, they're basically taking extremes and acting like they're the norm. And I'm just not sure. I think there are norms, what we might call a white standard or Western culture standard of a social contract. I was talking about Charles W. Mills earlier, but those aren't necessarily extremes. They are norms. The racial contract, social contract, social compact, sometimes it's called. Those are norms. Those are describing norms. They're not describing extremes.
To the microwave, to the internet, to the airplane, to AI, everything is oriented towards warfare. And then after the warfare applications are applied, then they move towards civilian applications. So hyperaggression, directed, unrelenting, perpetual warfare, hyperaggression, fixation on progress, fixation on technological progress. And you can see that.
Oops, what's up, American man?
What's up, Stanley? How are you?
Pretty good.
So
you look like.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
I look like what? No, I'm at a red light, all the tail lights and everything. That's what I look like.
Yeah, I was about to say you look like you're in the CIC of a destroyer with all the red lights.
Yeah, no, yeah. About to turn on the highway. No, yeah, my comment wasn't about you or wasn't directed at you. My comment was directed at because he said, "Oh, we're our leader." Listen, as I said, we live in a country, right, that has a president and a government. Mm-hmm. Anything beyond that is on the individual, right? And his argument is rooted in anti-whiteness. That's the reason why he's looking for a leader that has a black face, because blacks are obsessed with representation.
Well, let me add a little bit to that. I think he's anti-white culture. I don't think he's actually taking it down to individuals. He has some problems with Western culture. Most Marxists do.
Yeah, I mean, I could hear that as well. Like, he does have problems with Western culture, right? But the thing is, what's his alternative, right? If we're going to be anti-Western culture, what's his alternative?
Well, let me tell you, I think the alternative is to be silent and just suck it up and be stoic about it. There are people. Look. Before I get off into this, let me ask you a question. You're talking about leaders versus individuality. What do you think about people? I've heard white people say it, mostly, MAGA type people, which I'm pretty sure they're just, poking people in the side. But there are a lot of black people like Diallo here who basically say Obama didn't do shit for black people. And my question is always, well, was he supposed to be a black president? I never get that Obama didn't do shit for black people argument. He wasn't the king of the blacks. To use your, he wasn't a king, and he wasn't a king of the black folks. Help me out here. Do you have an idea?
Well, that again, it goes to them always looking for a leader. And so when white America propped up a quote unquote black president, they thought, "Oh, see, this is our leader." What they don't realize is that man had to lead as president of the United States, which is made up of black Americans, white Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans, all different types of Americans. And he's not here just to lead black people. He's here to lead the entire country. But because they're so anti-white and they saw a black face, they thought that there was something there for them and that they had something special.
I don't disagree with that necessarily. I don't know that they. Well, let me ask you a question. I think that it sounds like what they were actually looking for is a messiah.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I'm sure there's
I mean, what?
elements of
Why would
some.
he be more powerful than any other president?
I don't know, Stanley. I don't know, but you know, many, not all, but many black people don't really look at politics and the country and things the way it's supposed to be looked at because they come from a race first lens. And so when you come from a race first lens, you're not looking at the country in its entirety. You're just looking.
I get what you're saying. Use the sophisticated word. Call him a race essentialist.
I mean, you know, we could use the term race essentialist. That's fine, but you know,
It just sounds more
ultimately, right?
sophisticated.
That was their shtick, and so they thought, oh well, we got a brown man in here, quote unquote black man. So now we're all the black people are going to rise up, and we're going to be the leaders of this country, and that's just not how it works. But they don't understand that, and that's the
See,
truth of the matter.
I don't understand. Look, I come from a position of, there are a lot of times I just don't understand why people think this way. Is it out of sheer ignorance? Is it because you didn't you didn't read your history books in college? And Diallo's argument, like I said, I don't always agree with Diallo. I think he's concentrating on, some extremes and acting like they are a cultural norm, and they're just not. So, I mean, I can understand. I don't think he's anti-white. I think he's more anti-Western. But in today's America, there's probably not a functional difference. It's a difference without a distinction. Is that what it is? Is that what they call it?
Yes, exactly. There's no difference, right? And that has actually right. And I mean, even to an extent, Stanley, you play the same game, right? Like so.
Not really.
Hold on. Let me finish, Stanley. You gotta let me finish. I gotta explain to you why I say that before you say not really, right? You, to an extent, you play the same game when you say MAGA, right? The thing about
Well,
it
I
is,
actually think MAGA is a political. Well, shit, Trump uses the term MAGA.
right? Okay, but here's the thing: MAGA is no different from any other American.
Well, hold on. You're getting me wrong. You're misunderstanding. When I say MAGA, I literally mean a political force.
Yeah, and they're still just regular Americans.
But they are a part of a political movement. So when I say MAGA, I literally mean people who are. Now, if I say Trump sycophants, now that could be taken as a pejorative, I'm sure. But when I say MAGA, I mean the political movement, and nothing much more than that.
Okay, Stanley, then there's nothing left for me to do but take you at your word. That's it.
No, seriously, dude, I keep saying, if you look at the channel description, it's about politics and culture.
Right, that's fine, Stanley. I'm not I don't have any trepidations against that. I listen to you. I know what you're talking about. I mean, I know what you generally talk about.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can look, it may sound all critical theory and stuff like that, but I tend to look, for instance, at American politics through a historical lens. And my lens is basically there's nothing new under the sun in American politics. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. Okay, in my mind, MAGA is a faux populist movement. Okay, it is literally something that should be a populist movement. In my opinion, Trump and Elon and these other billionaires in the cabinet literally loaded into a populist Trojan horse. They got it up to the White House gates. And then when they debarked from the populist host, all of a sudden we got the world's richest man setting priorities of what the government should be spending and what it should not be spending. That doesn't sound very populist to me. So I look at MAGA. It is something that should be populist. I look at the DSA, the left part of the Democratic Party. I have the same criticism of them, but I think they're genuine populists. But there's a lot of stuff to say about Bernie Sanders and a Trump, at least back in the old days of 2015. A lot of Bernie voters voted for Trump. That's how similar some of their outlooks on the economy were. I think the Joe Plumbers of the world are getting screwed by Donald Trump.
Well, I see it differently. I think ultimately the Joe Plumbers of the world had been voting Democrat and got screwed by the Democrats, and that's why they voted.
I don't disagree with that.
Right, and that's why they decided, well, let's try an anti-establishment guy. Now,
I think you're spot on.
Now, what I believe happened is, as Trump went on, right, and as they made attempts on his life, and as they demonized anyone that supported him, he realized, okay, I may have to get a little more radical, right?
To me, that is anti-American.
Well, I mean, what the Democrats did to him for the last 10 years has been anti-American.
Okay, you know what? You and I will differ on that. I think a lot of this is just made up shit. The Democrats, what are the Democrats doing to Trump now?
Hold on. See, you want to not talk about the attempts on his life. You want to.
Well, I don't care. He's not the first. He's not the first. Okay, dude, don't bring that whiny shit here. Donald Trump is not the first president to have an attempt done on his life. Donald Trump is not the first president to be shot at. He does not. Donald Trump does not get my sympathy.
I'm not asking you for sympathy, right? So I'm not sure why sympathy is entering the lexicon, because I'm not asking for that. Right?
Well, you said I'm not considering he got shot at. No, I don't.
No. I said you don't want to talk about it, right?
Why would I talk about it?
You don't want to talk about.
Tell me why it's something I should talk about.
That we watched against Trump, right? You don't want to talk about those things. You want
okay.
to pretend,
before you get off on your soapbox, tell me why it's important. I need you to tell me. See, now you're getting all emotional. Tell me why I should be talking about it.
I'm telling you, I'm not emotional.
I need you to tell me why I should be talking about it.
No. I'm not asking you to talk about it, Stanley.
Well, no, you say, hey, Stanley, you're not talking about it. Why should I be talking about it is the question.
You try to be passive about how we got here.
What you're calling passive, I call objective.
Oh, okay, cool. But you're trying to be passive about how we got here, right?
Yes, and why should I not be passive?
Then when people are passive about how Black America got here.
You want to say passive, I say objective. Now see, all of a sudden you're spinning up. What happened to the calm, cool, collected American man of a few minutes ago?
I'm calm and cool, Stanley. But sometimes you have to be talked over because you don't like to listen.
Okay, no. I heard what you said, American man. I heard what you said, and I asked a question about what you said. Did you notice?
Yes, I answered your question, Stanley.
Okay, well, it wasn't much of an answer in my opinion. You say I don't talk about it, and I'm trying to figure out why I should talk about
All
it.
right.
It
Okay.
happened. It happened over a year ago.
Here's an answer to your question, Stanley. You shouldn't talk about it. There's your
Okay.
answer. You don't have to.
Good.
Right?
That's cool. That's cool. And unless it's relevant to the topic I'm talking about,
Well, it's
I
never
won't.
going to be
He's not.
relevant.
This
It's
is
never
why
gonna
I
be
look at
relevant to
American politics. I look at American politics through a historical lens. He's not the first president to have an attempt on his life.
Oh, okay. I mean, I think we all know that.
Do we?
You tell me, do we?
I think we all do. That's why I don't dwell on it. There's nothing to dwell on. He survived it, and thank the Lord he survived it. We don't want to see stuff like that happening to presidential candidates. But you know what? Let's be mature adults and move on from it, dude. Dude, if you've ever been in the military, you tend to be a little bit fatalistic about things like that. People get shot at all the fucking time when they were in Afghanistan and Iraq and other places. Okay, Donald Trump is not special.
Yeah, sure. If someone would have taken an attempt on Kamala's life, you would be up here whining and crying.
No, I'm afraid I would not. I'm afraid I would not be. Okay, see, you're doing whataboutism now, and that as is your want. But all of a sudden, we're talking about Kamala. Why is that?
What I'm telling you is,
why are we talking about Kamala now?
What I'm telling you is that had someone took a swipe at that Indian broad, you would be up here. This is not our American politics. And why is this?
Nope. I'm afraid. I think you got me wrong. I don't think you know me as well as you think I do. If there had been an attempt on her life and she was president now, I would be criticizing her objectively as well. Okay. If you didn't know, when you put yourself out there like that, it can be risky business. So I'm sure she knew it. I'm sure Trump knew it. Why the fuck do you think they have Secret Service? Because it can be a dangerous job.
They have Secret Service because they like to have people around to play patty cake with.
Okay, listen to what I said, Mr. Snide. They have Secret Service because it's dangerous out there and this country's full of guns.
Amen.
I guarantee you, Erica, Kirk is going to have Secret Service protection or security teams or something. As a matter of fact, Charlie Kirk did have security, did he not?
Yes, private security, yes.
Well, it would not surprise me if she has provided Secret Service protection. And to be honest, I probably wouldn't have that much to say about it. However, I think it's whataboutism. If Kamala had had an attempt on her life and she was currently president, I'd be telling her to get over it as well.
I mean, it's easy to say now, right? Because we're not there.
Well, I've been in a war zone. Okay. I literally remember the first night, and this is probably getting off the topic, but I remember my first 3 nights in theater during the first Gulf War. I didn't sleep for like 3 days because I was so nervous the fucking ship was going to get blown up and I would be asleep. So thus I just stayed up for 3 days. That's after doing like a 18 or 20 hour flight from Philadelphia to Bahrain. So I'm not saying my stress levels were anywhere near Donald Trump's or president of the United States, but he is the president of the United States. He's got to sally forth. He's got to soldier on, and he's got to be president.
That's why he got up and said, "Fight, fight, fight."
Yeah.
But
Okay. Well, if you'll recall,
here we
we
go.
watched
Here we
it.
go. Here
We
we go.
watched
He's
it.
sallying on. He's
If
sallying
you
on.
recall,
Accept it. Move
well,
on,
can I
Stanley.
finish what I'm going to say,
Move
please?
on and accept
If
it.
you
Sally on.
recall, I don't know if you were around, but me, John Galt, Portia, we were watching it live when that attempt was made on his life. We were on John's show. We were watching it and we saw it happen live in real time.
Okay, I mean, we all saw what happened in real time.
Right. And you know what? I'm glad he has grace under pressure. But those days are over now. Now he's actually president and he needs to do his job in not so reckless a manner.
I mean, one man's reckless abandon is another man's.
Okay, I'm
doing
sorry.
right for the
Did you
country.
read you were probably sleeping because you've been working nights. He's thinking about invoking the Insurrection Act to circumvent the courts, sending troops into Portland and Chicago. Now, what the fuck? Why is he invoking the Insurrection Act? That's extreme.
Well, I mean, listen, right? Didn't when January 6th was a so-called insurrection, everyone went
Okay,
to jail.
once again, we're doing whataboutism.
I'm not doing what about it, and I'm telling you.
That dude, why are we talking about January 6th? I literally mentioned something that I read in the newspaper a couple hours ago.
I'm telling you, Stanley, when our government feels that people are out of control, they use the terms insurrection and they jail people.
Okay.
We watched it
Well,
happen
you know what?
in January 2020.
Nothing is out of control, sir. I think invoking the Insurrection Act is extreme.
Okay, and that's your opinion.
Oh, no. It's fact. I don't even have to render an opinion. So opinion. The courts tell Donald Trump that he can't send troops into Portland specifically. So he just wants to circumvent the courts instead of letting the Constitution do its job. He was checked. The courts checked. Okay, I need to be able to finish what I'm saying. Can I get my point out? The way the framers of the Constitution intended was that, okay, God damn it, all of a sudden you're talking over me? What's gotten into you? Is the spirit of Stanley compelling you?
I'm just pointing out the truth. You don't care about presidents usurping the courts. You don't.
No. As a matter of fact, I care deeply about a president circumventing the courts.
When Joe Biden
Okay, all I'm saying is that MAGA will not have this much power forever. You're gonna have Democrats doing the same thing. That's what I'm afraid of. Okay, God damn it, dude. Why are you cutting me off? Now that the genie's out of the bottle, you're gonna have a Democrat version of Donald Trump one day in that Oval Office doing the same shenanigans. I thoroughly disagree with you on that. We might as well not. I don't think we even need to go back and forth on it. I don't think the Democrats have done. I don't think Biden. I don't think the last two. Of course I can't. Of course I can't finish what I'm saying. I don't think Biden nor Trump. Nor Obama did anything close to invoking the Insurrection Act.
Sure, Stanley, sure.
Well, prove me wrong.
Listen, Biden usurped the courts. Mark Zuckerberg testified the
Okay,
government
see,
came
see,
down to
you
oh,
can't
see,
stick.
here we go.
There's a
Here we go.
reason.
Now you
There's
can't,
a
now I
reason.
can't finish
Hey,
because you don't want the
no,
truth.
no, 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 no. Don't
do not
even
want the
start
truth.
that bullshit. See,
You
you
do
want to
not
go
want the
down
truth.
bullshit
You
road.
don't want
There's
the
a
truth.
fork.
You
We
do not
came
want the
to a
truth.
fork in the road.
You
We
do not
came
want
to
the
a fork in the road, and one. If you go to the right of the fork, you answer my question
You don't
directly.
want the truth.
If you
That's why.
go to the left, that's bullshit avenue.
Well, then, Stanley, get off bullshit
My question was, did Biden or Obama declare an insurrection to get around the courts? That's a yes no question.
Did they declare an insurrection to get around the courts? Did Biden declare an insurrection to get around the courts? No, he didn't do that in particular, but he went around the courts.
Okay, well,
So,
you answered my question. You
Let
answered
me
my
finish.
question. So
Let me
now,
finish.
well, hold on.
No
You'll
one
get
can
to
finish with
finish.
Stanley.
I just want to point out to the chat that at least he answered my question. Now you're free to roam.
Okay, let me point this out to the chat, right? Just because Biden did not use the Insurrection Act, that's not the problem. The larger problem is usurping the courts. The way in which you usurp the courts, it doesn't matter which road you take to usurp the courts. Any road is incorrect. So don't start trying to argue with me about which road this person take to usurp the courts. Usurping the courts is the problem.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you condemn?
No. Speak
Do
to
you
that. Don't ask me any more
condemn?
questions.
Do you?
Speak to that.
Well, let me know.
Speak
Let
to
me know
that.
when you're finished. Let me know
Don't
when you're
ask me
finished.
any more questions. Speak to what I just said.
I'm about to speak to what you just
Don't
said.
ask any more
Do
questions.
do you condemn? Do you condemn Donald Trump's usage of an extreme
Do not
insurrection?
ask me any more questions. Speak
Oh,
to
don't
what
tell,
I just
motherfucker!
said.
You're not going to tell me what questions to ask on
Motherfucker,
my
you're
own
gonna
panel.
address what I said because we're having a conversation.
I just addressed it.
No, you did not. You asked the
I'm addressing it. I'm addressing it with a. Okay, dude. Apparently, you think you're good at this.
I'm great at
My
this.
point is, even if Biden and Obama usurped the courts, they didn't do it with the Insurrection Act. I think
so it's okay.
See, I can't now. Can I finish?
Okay.
Can I finish what I was
Democrat.
saying? May I finish what I was saying? They may have usurped the court. They may have usurped, in using your word, the courts, but they didn't go to an extreme.
You done?
Yeah, I'm short and sweet. Points like that.
Usurping the courts in and of itself is extreme, especially
okay.
by the highest person appointed in office.
Okay, well, let me go ahead and agree with you there, and it's a Pyrrhic agreement. So, just like you basically tacitly condemned Biden and Obama, will you condemn Donald Trump's usurping
the courts? There we go.
Okay, good. At least you're consistent. And he should not usurping the courts using the law. I think declaring emergencies means you're not smart enough to figure out a better way without going nuclear.
Should Obama and Biden
well, it depends on how he.
Stanley?
Okay, well, hold on. Let me answer.
This is how leftists work.
It depends. Okay, dude. It depends on how he did it. Now, up to now, Donald Trump would just get the Supreme Court to do an emergency decision.
Anyone doing it. Period.
Up to now. No, you know what? I'm not going to look.
I know you're not.
Okay, God damn it. American
You're
man,
not moral enough.
American man, when you're losing arguments, you get real obnoxious.
I'm not losing an argument, Stanley.
Yeah, I think you are.
Enough. You're
Okay,
not moral
all
enough.
I have to say is up to now,
I've never once lost to you.
up till now, Donald Trump would just go to the Supreme Court and say, hey, I need an emergency decision. I think now that they're back in session, they're less likely to do so because summer recess is over. They're busy. What he's decided to do, instead of usurping the lower courts by going to the Supreme Court, I have problems with that, but you know what? He can do that as president. Now he basically wants to declare war on American citizens. That's essentially, he wants to declare that American citizens are revolting against the government, the national government, no doubt. And I think that is extreme. I think it is the sign that Donald Trump is losing it.
Okay. Can I respond?
Going nuclear. Hey, what else? What else happens when you go nuclear and you still don't get your way? What's next?
It's not about getting my way, Stanley. We're having a conversation.
No. I'm talking Donald Trump. Not getting his way.
Okay, so let me know when I can respond.
Go right ahead.
I want the chat to see, right? And this is where these people are disingenuous. I roundly condemned any president usurping the courts. Stanley only condemns Donald Trump usurping the courts, right? And then we'll say
no, I condemn.
Problematic.
You're getting this wrong.
Let me finish.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not going to let you. I'm not going to let you put words in my mouth. Find another way. I'm not condemning. I'm condemning Donald Trump. I'm condemning Donald Trump.
I know.
For invoking, or potentially, he hasn't done it, but he's thinking about invoking the Insurrection Act. I think that's extreme. I think that not yet, but he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it.
If he hasn't done it, you're pissing in the wind.
Stop being childish.
If he hasn't done it, you're pissing in the wind.
No, not really. I'm basically saying that if he does it, he will have lost control. That'll be proof positive. Okay, God damn it, let me finish. If he does it, and he's declared he invoked the Alien Enemies Act. He invoked the Alien Enemies Act, something that's generally done only during wartime, to get his way. All I'm saying is that Donald Trump should not be going nuclear when there are other options.
Has he declared the Insurrection Act, Stanley? Yes or no?
No, he has not.
Has he done it to usurp the courts? Yes or no?
Not yet. And I don't know whether he will or not. But before you get on your little high pony.
Let me finish.
No, I don't think I will. Did Donald Trump see this? God damn it, dude. You know what? I opened the door. I opened the door to the whataboutism room, and now I can't get you out.
It's not whataboutism. It's the reality.
It is literally whataboutism. Who is president right now?
Oh, that's what we love to do.
Yes.
Don't tell me about the bad someone did yesterday. Tell me about the person I don't like did today.
Well, if it was yesterday, I'd be okay. Obama hasn't been president in what, 10 years?
I wasn't even talking about Obama. You brought Obama in. I was talking about.
Well, I did. I was
only talking about.
But let's get back to Mr. Trump. Okay, I don't know. You probably didn't watch his little address to the admirals and generals. There's some things he was saying there that were a bit disturbing.
Man, all presidents say things that are disturbing. Stop acting hyperbolic.
You know what? When you're talking admirals, and I have friends who are admirals, when you're talking admirals and generals, and you're basically pulling them from all over the world to tell them that maybe they can use these cities as training grounds, that's basically a veiled threat against American citizens. And I'm sorry, presidents should not be doing those sorts of veiled threats.
Presidents have done it before. Trump's not the only president.
Okay,
to do it.
I don't.
And
So
I'm not
once
gonna be
again,
hyperbolic.
every time I try and wake you up, you want to lay your head upon that whataboutism
No, there's
pillow.
no waking me up.
You
What
want to
you
lay
want me
your
to
head
do?
down. You want to lay your head down on the goose down pillow of whataboutism.
What you want me to do is solely focus on Donald Trump and ignore
Yes, I
everything
do.
else.
I
know.
desperately
know.
want you.
I
I
know.
desperately want you to stay on target and stay focused.
Okay, well, here's the reality, Stanley. I hope the military comes in and put all them animals down protesting. There you go. You got it. Okay?
Okay, well,
that's how
you know what?
American man feels.
You know what? They're going to have to go and they're going to have to scare up some animals because nobody's protesting.
I hope they put all them animals in Portland and Chicago. I hope they put them all down.
And you know what? I love that you believe Donald Trump, a known liar. There are no mass protests in Portland. They're not burning shit in Portland. He's making it all up. And from what I've read, people are starting to wonder whether he's actually in control or not.
No, he's not. Israel is, but that's for another time.
Well, I don't think Israel is calling for Portland to be occupied.
Well, I was speaking to a greater point, but that's for another time.
Oh, I know you were, and I wanted to pull you back down to earth to stay on focus.
Yeah, listen, right? You can pretend as if when we watch all the shootings at the ICE detention centers that it's all made up, and there's no one doing everything.
What shootings happened at an ICE?
Stanley,
you're talking.
Stanley,
You're talking.
You fucking moron,
Wait,
Stanley?
No, let me tell you. Let me tell you what confused me. Because we were just talking. Okay, dude. Stay
You're
focused.
playing very dumb, Stanley.
Stay
You're playing
focused.
very dumb.
Well, let me tell you why I'm dumb. I'm literally here talking about Portland, and then
Don't
you
play
switch.
extremely dumb,
Okay,
Stanley.
dude,
Don't do
I'm
that.
gonna have to put you in the
You're
back because
insulting my
I
intelligence.
cannot. All of a sudden, I can't
Don't
defend
Don't
myself.
insult my intelligence, Stanley.
Okay, dude, stop jumping all around and stay
don't insult
focused.
my
We
intelligence.
were literally talking about Portland, and all of a sudden, you switched to Texas.
Stanley, it's happening all over America, Stanley.
It's not happening. It's not happening in Portland.
It is.
It is not.
It literally is.
It literally isn't.
Okay, well, then I guess we're going to agree to disagree. That's
Well,
it.
dude, I read newspapers. Do you?
Dude, guess what? I read a whole bunch of stuff, Stanley.
Well, then who's been shot? Who's been shot? Who's been shot at an?
I read propaganda, and so I know better.
Who has been shot at the ICE detention center in Portland, Oregon?
No, they're protesting out there, throwing rocks and stuff, Stanley.
You know what? They're fighting. Since you are, since I know you've been working nights. I know you've been working nights, and you are, you've been asleep and therefore uninformed. There are pro. Okay, I don't know why I can't finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
There are pro. If you have seen any video of Portland, there are actually pro ICE and pro Trump protesters out there, and the two factions have been scuffling.
Yes, there has been pro-ICE and pro-Trump.
Okay, so what the violence you're talking about is Trump versus anti-Trump. Nothing to do with ICE, to be honest, not directly.
Oh, okay. Now, good try. And that sounds
No.
good, but we've
See,
all
I
seen what
didn't
happened.
try. I didn't
Good
try.
try,
I
Stanley.
fucking. I didn't try. I
Good try.
fucking did a three.
Good
I
try,
did a
good try,
three.
Stanley.
I
I'm proud
did a
of
360. I did a 360 dunk on your ass.
you. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, I'm afraid. I did.
No, you didn't.
You see the goal? Did you see? You see the basketball
you read
goal?
One article. You read
The basketball
one article
goal.
about anti-Trump protest, about pro-Trump protesters.
No, it's been
and
more
they said,
than one
"Oh, they're
article.
all out there clashing."
Okay. I'm sorry you I understand that you have been sleeping during the day and you're catching up on the Stanley versus the World show. So let me catch
You
you
think
up.
I come to you to know what's going on in the world? I come to you to prove to your
I
audience that you're not
consider
that
it
educated.
I
You really
consider
be
it an honor and a privilege to catch you up to the news of the day.
Listen. It is an honor and a privilege to have me on your show. I will agree with that.
It is. Hey, any student who comes to my panel, I feel obligated and honored that they come to me to be educated.
Listen, sometimes the master has to come back and spank the student. And so,
well, I try not to spank people. I try not to spank. The only person,
privilege to have me come back and spank you, son.
the only person that I spank on this panel is Mike 123. Everybody else, I just kind of let live.
That's it. So it's okay, Junior. Let's carry on.
So, CKJ3, you will like. I don't know. You were here the last time I think I played Diallo. He mentioned some of your heroes. He's a big fan. There's a Amos Wilson study group that Diallo mentioned. So we'll start this back up, but I think that I just to reiterate, and finalize. I think Donald Trump is prone to extremes. A lot of what he has been doing to circumvent Congress and the courts, in my opinion, are just totally unconstitutional. I know in my lifetime, I've never seen a president, just shit on the Constitution the way Trump is doing.
You know what's funny, Stanley? I heard Mika Brzezinski say the same thing. Essentially, you're a liberal white woman. Carry on.
Well, I think she's kind of cute. Of course, I haven't seen her in years. I definitely was kind of a fan of her father.
Who you want, man? I heard Caitlin Collins say the same thing.
You heard who?
Caitlin Collins.
I'm not. The name isn't ringing a bell.
That's the propagandist from CNN.
Oh, is she the one with the dark hair?
Yes, skinny white.
Oh, I think
she used
man,
to.
I think she's gorgeous.
Well, she used to be hot. Well, obviously when she was younger, but she also used to be hot, and then she turned into a skin suit wearer. That's usually what happens when you're a leftist woman. You turn into a skin suit wearer.
Well, I see you've been watching too much Men in Black.
No, that's actually not from Men in Black, but it doesn't matter.
Well, no, you remember that one monster who wears that guy's skin?
Yeah. But I'm that comes from a totally different sector. But essentially, she again. So the point of what I was saying is, you sound like every liberal white woman, because that's where most of your information comes from. So
I don't really. I haven't seen Morning Joe in years, and I don't really. I see the odd. I see the odd clip.
Somehow sound the same. Amazing.
I see the odd clip on YouTube, but I don't even have cable. So I'm sure I could get it through Amazon or something, but I find the news, that sort of format these days kind of boring. So anyway, let's get back to Diallo. And I actually think that some of what he's saying here, he could easily. I mean, he literally sounds like the black version of a white nationalist with some of this stuff.
Well, they all come. Here's the thing, Stanley, right? When you listen to them all, they all sound the same. Like all these so-called pro-blacks are no different from white nationalists. They just don't want anyone else to be nationalist, especially not white people.
Yeah, you could probably call him a black nationalist. I don't know that he would get insulted.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a black nationalist too, so I don't have a problem with that. But I'm not.
I actually do have a problem with it.
Well, I mean, that's your essentially that's your problem. I don't care.
Well, I think black nationalists and white nationalists. I think literally a black nationalist and a white nationalist, they're literally night and day. Both,
they're the same person.
Both are 12 hours of horribleness.
Yeah, they're the same person. Yeah, I have no listen. I have no different beliefs than a white nationalist. Right?
Yeah,
like,
I can't.
Like,
oh, by the way, that guy that's on, you probably heard me talk about this guy named Josh. I've seen him on DJ Hamp, his channel, but I don't watch DJ Hamp. I've seen DJ Hamp being reviewed on Nightish's channel. But it happens that he's on a Discord that I'm on, so I'm going to try and get him on this show to talk about Christian nationalism.
Yeah, I mean that sounds good, but I don't have no problem with nationalism because ultimately everyone's a nationalist. And I think
I don't like any. To me, extremes. I'm a moderation in all things kind of guy. I don't like extremes of any sort. Left, right, it doesn't really matter.
Well, here's the thing, right? Everyone sort of in their bubble defines what extreme is to them, right? What's
I think
to one man is not extreme to the other.
Yeah, I guess.
Right? Some people thought that Biden telling people you lose your job if you don't get the jab. Some people thought that was extreme.
I don't think Biden ever said that. Those were local companies. I literally never heard.
Right.
Unless it was like, fan. Okay, I know there are a lot of companies that were doing it, especially, organizations like hospitals and stuff. I know the military did it. And I thought the people in the military complaining about it were fucking pussies.
Well, of course, you're a sycophant.
Well, no, I remember before my first deployment where they took everybody off the ship and put them on the pier, and we all formed a line, and we were getting jabs in both arms. And, we weren't asking the questions. It's like, and maybe we should have, but hey, you know what? You need these inoculations before you deploy. Form a line, and when I say forward march, you march through this line, and they will inoculate you in both arms.
Yeah,
so I think if you're in the military, and you're afraid of a shot, you're a pussy.
I'm not going to debate inoculations versus.
Well, no, you shouldn't debate anything that has to do with the military or the Navy because you don't have the experience.
I'm not talking about the military and Navy.
Well, I am.
I'm talking about.
Well, no, I don't.
America.
Other than the military doing it.
Done to America.
I'm sorry. I think America was done a huge service. By Donald Trump, no less. Operation Warp Speed was probably the only. Operation Warp Speed was Donald Trump's finest moment.
If you say so, Stanley.
Hey, that's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, Stanley.
I
All right.
It's one of the few things I can think of that Donald Trump did that I give a thumbs up.
Okay, Stanley. Okay. Again, right?
Hey, well,
I'm
you
not
got a
talking about
problem
the
with me
military.
complimenting Donald Trump?
I'm not talking about the military. What I'm talking about
I'm
is
complimenting
what we've done
Donald
to
Trump.
America.
I'm saying
That's what I'm talking about.
Trump did a good job with
Some people
Operation
thought it
Warp
was
Speed.
extreme.
I
were
think
talking about
maybe
extreme
Donald
shit.
Trump was maybe the only person who could have gotten it done that quickly.
We were talking about extremes, and
Oh, you think complimenting
so
Donald Trump is an extreme?
let's stick to what's extreme. Let's stick to talking
Yeah.
about what people believe is extreme, Stanley.
Well,
So,
I think
again,
I
extreme.
believe, and I don't think it's extreme, giving Donald Trump a compliment for a job well done. I don't think that's extreme.
Okay, this is what you do when you're losing. All right, Stanley.
Yeah, it's exactly what I do.
I know. When you've lost the argument, you start trying to shift.
So anyway, to the point that Biden was telling people you'll lose your job if you don't get a job, I don't recall him ever saying that.
I know. Do you recall Donald Trump saying, watch this, audience. Do you recall Donald Trump saying we have to stop the flights from China?
Yeah, I
lock
do.
down the country to protect the American people?
Not only do I remember Donald Trump stopping flights from China,
No. He tried to. And everyone
I think he
screamed
did. He did
Stanley.
shut down airports on the West Coast, didn't he?
No, everyone, when he said we have to stop the flights from China, everyone started screaming, this is racism, this is racism. Well, what was the end result of that?
Okay,
We now know.
airports like LAX.
We now know.
Maybe you don't remember.
No.
Airports, flights from China were halted, and Donald Trump wasn't smart enough to figure that there's a whole East Coast. If you're in China and you want to come to the United States, you can come in through an East Coast airport. Okay, no. Hold on, let me finish, please. The West Coast was shut down, and Donald Trump wasn't smart enough to figure out.
Stanley, you're lying.
Okay, I don't want to be interrupted.
You're a liar,
Please
Stanley.
let me
You're
finish.
A liar.
Please let me finish. Donald Trump wasn't smart. Donald Trump wasn't smart enough to figure out that, hey, if you're going to close the West Coast, they're just going to come in from the East Coast. He wasn't that bright.
Oh, he wasn't smart enough.
No, I don't think he was.
That's ironic.
I think he thought that China couldn't figure out that America has an East Coast.
That's ironic, right? So he would say.
Well, I think it was just mighty white of him.
But only on the West Coast. Like, come on, Stanley. Even you aren't that much of a dunce. But
I also remember him leaving all those sick old people on the cruise because he didn't want the COVID numbers to go up. You remember that?
Okay, Stanley.
You don't recall that?
Do you remember Cuomo leaving sick old people in the nursing homes?
Oh, hey, Cuomo did not do a good job.
I don't remember that.
Anyway. Cuomo, as a matter of fact, Cuomo should have been out of there as governor just for that alone.
I'll be right back, Stanley. I'm going to grab a salad. I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, we'll just go back to Bro Diallo here.
The people that as humanity and humaneness, as it regresses, just this hyperfixation, well, who cares if we wiped out this culture, this language, this community? In the name of progress, they're cutting down the fucking Amazon rainforest, the lungs of the planet, in the name of progress. They're melting the polar ice caps and intend to penetrate the polar ice caps, drill for untapped oil resources, and go to the moon, go to Mars. This concept of progress at all costs, but it's only technological and economic progress. Progress in humanities, project in peace, progressing through being more sustaining peace and expanding peace. Progress in the just distribution of resources, that's not progress. In fact, they define that as regression, but which is kind of true, because if you more justly distribute resources, you are going to a time that predates Western dominance, capitalism, and imperialism. The concept I already said, mutually assured destruction, absolute total dishonesty. These motherfuckers say our founding fathers set up a democracy. Our founding fathers established a democracy and a free land. And these motherfuckers tell that lie and force us to stand up in school or sit down in school and have and take tests. I was forced to get my bachelor's and master's degree to write essays about motherfucking predatory enslavers, cannibalistic enslavers, and I had to write papers about how brilliant they were in their treaties, in their
you didn't
analysis,
have to.
in the rule of law and diplomacy and the great diplomacies. And these men have blood on their hands and human flesh between their teeth. Absolute lie. Not only do you construct your whole shit on a lie, the land of the thief and home of the slave is the land of the free and home of the brave. Who can function that hardcore on a lie? Build your whole civilization on something everybody knows is a lie. Everybody knows. Who can do that? Anthony, do I come to your job and do your job for you? And it's not scarcity, it's artificial scarcity. He getting ahead. Did he get a hold of my notes? Stop it, Anthony. I don't come to your job and slap spatulas out of your hand. Let me do this. I got it, Anthony. I'm going to get there. Well, I might as well do it now. Yes, not scarcity, but manufactured artificial scarcity. We had people starving. The world, of all the over 40% of the food product produced by human labor of the masses around the world, over 40% of all food produced is thrown away. Yet we have famine. There hasn't been one modern famine. Dating back to the era of the British East Indies Company, dating back to the era of Western expansion, imperialism, there hasn't been one famine that was truly rooted in lack of in scarcity. From Ethiopia to Sudan to Gaza today to North Korea. While North Koreans were starving by the millions, South Korea had rice overflowing with silos that was rotting, that they were throwing rice into fucking landfills while their brothers and sisters, because the white man drew an artificial line across the middle of their country because they dared to try to govern themselves as they saw fit. And so North Koreans get to starve and South Koreans get all this neon lights and all this fiat currency, and their population is collapsing because they're living outside of their ceiling. But that's a whole nother, let's not talk about that. But absolute dishonesty. And as Anthony jumped the gun and said, artificial scarcity. Don't ever have this white man thinking, well, everybody can't have a job. Everybody can't have a house. Everybody can't have nutrition. Everybody can't have education. This planet is empty. With a just and equitable distribution system right now, and it ain't because of technology or corporations, but human beings, the working class, produce enough resources and wealth, and there is enough physical land space. If it wasn't for private ownership, this warped artificial concept of private property, there's enough for everyone. To quote Gil Scott-Heron, there is enough for everyone, more than enough. There is a surplus, well beyond surplus. But we think it's more important to have billionaires than it is to make sure everyone has a dignified life. So pathological lying, absolute dishonesty. And we dwell in dishonesty. And we do it too. We've learned. We are the true believers. People walking around, oh, the Lord touched me today. The Lord spoke to me today. Stop lying. The Lord ain't spoke to nobody ever. So we play games too. We learn from the best, or we learn from the worst. And then, not only that, let me get into some of their big lies. What did they say about fascists? Every accusation is a confession. It is a whole reality built on lies and enforced through violence. Everything we live on and everything we understand in this world today is built on lies and enforced through violence. There is no civilization. There is no what they call social contract. Shit I had to learn about and write long essays, 15-page papers, final papers on these concepts, and I knew it was a goddamn lie. But they was like, not only can we expel you from school, we can expel you from house, we can expel you from the grocery store, motherfucker, we can expel you from life. You want to act up too much. But I was like, wait, when my people get this for it, and then peace,
I'm going to start
really
stepping
peace.
through this.
They'll send
Sometimes towards the end, he
take
just starts rambling.
100,000 soldiers, give them grenades, give them. And it's in every component of society. Whether you are some black militant or you some status quo patriotic Negro, nobody's exempt from it. I mean, their racism is like their pollution. It courses through the veins of every living being. Right? Ultimately, the psychopathology leads to a death urge. Reward goodness, and if you're going to be a halfway decent individual, you ain't getting ahead in society. And yes, I said it. And go tell your secure the bad cousin that Diallo said, if you black and you rich, then you're bad. Class war, class consciousness, class antagonism, class hostility. Power to the people. Okay, Don.
Uhuru.
You want to come down here and tear down the liberals?
Who is these people you even talking about?
I'm talking about how in an evil society, the people that claim to be good come under suspicion. Like, oh, you're not really good. You're just pretending. You're virtue signaling. And like liberal is a dirty word. SJW is a dirty word.
Woke.
Woke. Oh, yeah, that's the newest one. Woke, bleeding heart, liberal, bleeding heart. Pinko was what is a really throwback. So. All right, so we're gonna wrap up. We got like 5 minutes before we
go. Uhuru, I did want to just get on here and say go. I just wanted to get on here and say hello to you since I was catching strays. I come in the chat and catch strays. I just be supporting and stuff like that, and I catch strays. But I did want to tell you, it's hot in LA right now. It's hot.
Oh, I didn't even get to that. Yeah, I was trying to keep this short because people are already an hour into the BET Awards, and I'm a black man.
The BET Awards is happening
tonight, hosted by Kevin Hart. It don't get no blacker.
All right,
but I was just saying when I said it liberal and liberalism is intrinsically inherently a good thing, you went off because you believe that Obama's a liberal.
That's not all I said. I literally said Uhuru in the messages chat. Listen here. Look at me when I talk to you. How your mom and them doing? Good. Diallo is lying. Okay.
So you are a liberal.
Sure. Listen. I do have some liberal. I got some liberal contradictions. I got some liberal contradictions.
Oh no. So now you're saying liberal is bad, right?
Liberalism to be doing it regularly, like to sustain yourself, right? But we all have some liberal contradictions, right? I'm pretty sure you're on buying a new Apple, right now, while they're like
that's
heavy
not
on
liberalism. That is not liberalism. Y'all have warped the we got to go all the way back.
Y'all?
You and other people where we hate liberals and liberalism. That's like us hating democracy. Because white
we
folks
concede no democratic space.
Distorted it. Huh?
We concede no democratic space.
But Democrats, okay.
No democratic space. Damn the Democrats.
I'm Democratic. I'm Democratic. I wouldn't be part of any body or formation that's not democratic.
And I prefer democratic centralism when it comes to, you know, our revolutionary organizations and stuff like that. That's what the African People's Socialist Party do, and I like that.
Right, but now because white folks went and called one of their two capitalist party democratic, we think Democrat and liberal is a dirty word or dirty concepts because they've been sullied.
Surely,
and I mean, even I understand, because for a long time I hated the concept of freedom and liberty. Because 90% of the time when I hear somebody talking about freedom and liberty, is some racist, some patriotic racist talking about freedom and liberty.
So, Shirley asked, she said, how come I'm not in the streets with the people? I do not have the proper PPE. I'm making sure that happens pretty soon. But I'm told you need to have some proper PPE, because they is down there in Santa Ana right now, and the tear gas is flowing. So once I get my proper PPE on, you know.
Yeah, so R, question, comment, criticism?
Oh, all right, yeah. It's a shame because I think what I was about to say was going to be pretty long, but I'll just say it. I wrote it down this time, so I'll be a little bit more coherent.
Great.
Okay.
We got like 2 minutes.
Okay. Oh shit. How does one educate oneself through corporate media? Like, it came up recently in talking about 9/11. What the causes were, and the person I was talking to regurgitated the belief that 9/11 just happened, implicitly echoing the narrative that the terrorists just simply hated freedom. I countered with the idea that the cause had origins all the way back in World War I, clumsily, and after I wanted to double check myself, specifically using search engines through the browser, I couldn't find that perspective at all. Just reading the titles and undertext for the second time for me, it feels like it was a genuine conspiracy. But so 3 things. Can you clarify the cause of 9/11? 2, how do I navigate corporate media, especially since I don't have abundant funds for all the books you suggest, and I'm not smart enough to sail the 7 seas, wink, wink. And 3, you talk about Arab colonization of Africa, and from a Pan-Africanist insight, where does that fit together with 9/11?
9/11 was carried out. There was a civil war not a civil war, but a war. Well, it was a civil war, actually. I don't know. But the Mujahideen were formed in Afghanistan during the Cold War to fight off communism in the Middle East. The Soviet
stop this here. Stuff I'm not particularly interested in. I was interested in the topic, and sometimes Diallo, he's a talker, and to my satisfaction, he didn't really cover the topic, which was whiteism, the pathology we call a privilege. I think he basically got it wrong. I wasn't impressed with the way he approached the privilege stuff. However, he is live on Monday nights, and he is live now. And let me go back. He started streaming about 30 minutes ago. I'm going to watch a little bit of this to see if it gets interesting. I'm about to wrap this show up. And then maybe tomorrow I'll take a poll. I don't know that doing this evening show is really people don't seem to be that interested in it. I'll have to rethink whether maybe what I'll do is start earlier, because I've actually gone way longer than I thought I would. Though it's only 2.5 hours, it feels long. For sure. Luckily, I took a nap. That's why I was late. I had my old man nap, and so I'm fairly refreshed. But probably need to get on and eat dinner here pretty soon. But let's hear what Diallo has to say tonight. Tonight's topic is white on white violence and racism.
It's rough up here. First of all, I had a 4:30 meeting. They got pushed to 5:30. So then I had to rush home. And I ran up here top speed. And then I was like, oh, I had on my lame ass clothes. So I had to go put on, when I go on camera, I try to curate my outfit. So I ran home and had to change, put on one of my favorite t-shirts. And then it started raining. And it got hella humid in here. It was relatively cool in this office. And then it got hella humid and hot and muggy. Like in 10 minutes. It was like 3 minutes after I got home. So I had to rush home because somebody moved the meeting from 4:30 to 5:30. And I came home looking lame like a nerd. So I had to go and get fly. But anyway, I'm not in a bad mood. I'm in a good mood. The wife then broke out the Halloween stuff. So she put up Halloween decorations. And now I got my my haunted green tea. So I only get to use these in October because she's a lame. If I was you, I'd use this shit year round. But I was talking to my son and I saw her with the purple box that has all the Halloween shit in it. I'm like, oh shit, my haunted mug is about to come through. I ain't used this thing since last October, but she's a little late because we're supposed to start in Halloween is my favorite holiday. But I know some Afrocentrics out there. Brother Marcus Klein, he don't fuck with Halloween or no white folks holidays. I know Dr. Asakamusa Barashango don't fuck. I'm not that black yet. I fast and pray that one day I will be so black that my blackness will not allow me to celebrate the white man holidays. But I do have some like free candy and shit. Like real talk. They got this new. Let me show you this shit. And I don't know. I just when the revolution come, y'all can put me in retraining camp. But look at this shit. I saw this in the store, right? And I know it's bad. Boycott all that. I know this shit is bad. But
Stanley, what is this fool babbling about?
This shit is vegan. Look at this shit. I shouldn't be showing y'all this shit.
Well, he's live tonight, and this is somewhere near the beginning of tonight's show. And he's talking about Halloween candy right now. Apparently, they make vegan. He's a vegan. They make vegan Halloween candy. He's an interesting character. I don't take him that seriously, but he is entertaining. The problem I have is that, he, like many people I know, sometimes tends not to stay on topic. He will ramble off and everybody rambles off who does stuff like this. But my feelings are, even if you go off on a tangent, at some point you need to come back on course.
But I showed it to my wife and she got an attitude.
So I don't know. I'm not gonna probably won't finish this show because it'll be another hour and a half, and I'm not staying up that late.
I don't find. I guess I don't find. Just listening to what I've heard of him. I don't find this guy interesting for obvious reasons.
Right.
So. It's just another quote unquote pro-black rambling on about white America, and he should be out being productive, not on the internet.
Well, I mean, actually, he is kind of productive. He's got 2 kids in college. I mean, he's done. He's been apparently a business owner. He owns some co-op, a restaurant, or something like that. So, I mean, he's done some productive stuff. And you know what? If he wants to sit here and I think he started his own YouTube channel. So I mean, he does stuff. It's just I'm not a black radical, or I think whatever they call themselves now, black militant. I just tend to be a little bit more middle of the road. While I think Marx is a good critique of capitalism, beyond that, I don't have a whole lot of use for it. Just like CRT. I think CRT is a very effective analysis of America's legal system and maybe to a certain extent some parts of culture. But, CRT in education or CRT, in philosophy, there's like a whole, they took CRT and they just kind of inserted it into places it probably wasn't even intended to be. So outside of criticizing law, colorblind laws, I don't really use CRT for much more. I think it's the right. Why do I? Well, it's kind of like DEI. DEI started out as a good thing. It started out in the private sector, and then the government got a hold of it, and then started, just kind of spun out of control. Everybody wanted to take it and modify it to their circumstances. I remember back in the when I was in the Navy, you might be old enough to remember the Deming method. It was like a management thing. And I know my father was big on Deming back in the early 90s, and I never had any use for it. The Navy tried to go, into Deming, and nothing ever came of it. These trends, DEI, Deming, CRT, these things come into being with the best of intent. And sometimes, let me take a sip of water here. I'm eating saltines. Sometimes these things actually are effective, wherever it is they sprout up, and then they transplant them into other gardens or domesticate them or whatever analogy you want to use. And it just doesn't flourish, because it, where it was homegrown is where it should have stayed.
Hey, I watched a video this morning on my way home from work of some older black conservative women and some older white liberal women, and it's just amazing to watch. And you should watch it as well.
Why was it amazing? Was it on YouTube?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of the show?
I should have your email. I don't know why I don't have your email. Be able to email
It's scrolling at the bottom. It's Stanley at JG.
But I'm driving right now, Stanley.
Well, that's fine.
So I can't get into that. But what was the name of the channel? I know it was 2 letters. That was like I forget what it stands for. But anyway, it was amazing to watch the white liberal women sort of snarking and laughing and essentially just saying, "Oh, you blacks don't know, and I know." And the fact that you're doing something outside of what I'm telling you, it shows how ignorant you are. Like, it was just essentially the way that the liberal white woman was going against it, going about it, and I'm just watching, and I'm like, and this is who black people hang their hat on? God damn, these people are.
Well, I don't think black people are hanging their hats on young white girls.
No. I didn't say young white girls. I said these were older liberals. These women were like,
Oh. For some reason, I thought you said it was an older black woman and 2 young white liberal women.
It was older women, period, across the board.
Oh, wait, hold it. Does that sound like, was one of them blonde?
I don't remember.
Because there is a show that has 2 white liberal women. One of them, I think, is a brunette, and the other's blonde. And the blonde is actually fairly famous.
This was like one of those Jubilee debates, but it wasn't by Jubilee. Yeah, it wasn't by Jubilee, and it was 4 liberal, older women, of course. All the women were older, and 3 liberal and 3 conservative black women. and just the demeanor and watching everything, I just look and I'm like, I don't understand why black people follow these people. Because like
Well,
prejudice,
I don't think all black people
Stanley,
do.
90-something%. Let's not pretend.
Well, why are you telling me I'm pretending?
Because you're trying to go make an excuse. 90-something
Oh, I'm not
percent.
making an excuse at all.
90-something%. That's a lot, Stanley.
Okay, wait, 90%,
of the
90%
vote,
of black people follow these liberal white women?
90% of black people who vote with Democrat. That means that they
Okay,
agree with their policies.
and what people like you do is you want to paint Democrats with one big broad brush.
Yes, they
Much
are
like
one
Donald,
big broad
much
brush.
like and I disagree. I think Democrats like black
paint
people
MAGA
are
as
not.
one big broad
I
brush.
think
Like, come on,
Democrats
man.
like black people are
That's why
not
it's hard
all
to
one
deal with.
thing.
Yeah, I know black people are not all one thing. But what I'm saying
Well,
is,
I don't think Democrats are either.
sure, Stanley.
Well, I think MAGA is much more homogenous than Democrats are.
Okay, Stanley.
Well, they all love Trump.
Okay, Stanley. I'm
Well,
yeah,
look,
right, I'm not.
listen to what. Hey, not all Democrats voted for Kamala. All MAGA voted for Trump, though.
Right, Stanley, if you say so.
Oh, I know. Hey, you don't have to tell me I'm right. I pretty much know.
Sure, Stanley. Like the point you're making is not relevant, but okay.
Well,
As long as
it's
you feel like
relevant
it is.
in that you keep saying you can't believe blacks hang their hat on women like the ones you were watching this morning. And my response is I don't think all black people hang their hats on these young ladies or these older white liberals. I don't think there are blacks who did not, there are black progressives who did not vote for Kamala. And if 90% of blacks voted for Kamala, if 90% of blacks vote for Kamala, if 90% of people who voted for Kamala, it's because Republicans are so fucking racist.
You're just rambling.
No, I'm not rambling. What it is you refuse to listen to common sense.
Sure, Stanley, sure.
And if I were you, I wouldn't want my bubble burst either.
There is no bubble. I live in the real world.
Do you?
Sure do. That's why I'm on my way to work.
I think you live in the world. I think you live in the real world on your commute to work, during work, and on your commute back. And then the rest of the time you're just in some dream state.
Well, that's correct. That's correct. But yeah, listen, right? I think it's an interesting watch. I'm sure you're going to see these liberal white women and die and agree with everything they have to say.
There are a lot of liberal white women I probably don't agree with. Look, as I said, and you probably didn't hear this part, I was actually intending on talking about Charles Mills's racial contract. White people have no clue sometimes what black people go through. And that's how American culture works. White people have no clue what the average black person goes through. But we know black people have an idea of what white people do because in my lifetime, TV was all white for decades.
Interestingly enough, Stanley, that came up in a debate because, the liberal white woman was liberal white womaning. And a black lady said to her, ma'am, you don't live in these neighborhoods. You don't know what's going on with black people.
Well, yeah, but I mean, does she live in those neighborhoods?
Yes, that's
okay.
That's what you say. Here's the thing, Stanley, right? Here's the reality. You don't live in those neighborhoods either, but
okay, but you don't ever do it. But
let me finish. I don't live in those neighborhoods either, Stanley. But guess what? I once grew up in those neighborhoods, right?
Right.
So hold on. I once grew up in those neighborhoods, right? I go back to those neighborhoods once or twice a year, Stanley, right? That woman, and you have a way more closer view of what's happening in black neighborhoods than some liberal white woman. So
Well,
stop
I don't know
pretending.
that that's true. I have no clue what goes on in those neighborhoods. But I mean, I kind of have an affinity for black culture, having grown up in it. But you don't ever hear me, other than saying that crime gets racialized in the hood. You don't ever hear me talking on the hood because I don't know it. As a matter of fact, I had a friend of mine.
And that would be wise, Stanley. That would be
Yeah,
wise.
well, let me tell you something. Years ago, I met Fred and a bunch of people on this political Discord that I'm still a part of. And this buddy of mine, haven't talked to him in a while. I have to hunt him down. He grew up in the hood in Richmond, Virginia, and he was very sincere when he said this. He said, "Stanley, you really need to stop talking about the hood. You have no idea what goes on there." And you know what my response was? You know what, Wolf? You're absolutely right. I'm going to have to do better about that. I have no clue.
So here's the point that I was making, right? Is when you said white people have no clue what's going on with black people.
Well, that part, hold on. White people, I wasn't just talking about the neighborhoods. I mean, they have no idea what being black in America is like. We have a fairly decent idea of what it's like to be white in America.
Well, I would challenge that simply because my experience in America has been as an American. Now, if we want to tell me which is what you and liberal white women will do, will tell me what my experience actually is, even though I tell you what it is, because you guys think you know, because you guys believe in some black experience.
Well, see, you need to stop all that.
Just an
I
American
literally don't think like a white woman. And I will go one better. I will go one better in light of you and I agreeing on individualism. Unless I can help you or be of some service, I don't give a fuck what your life experience is like. It's your problem, not mine.
Agreed, right? But you mentioned black experience, right?
Well, I talk a lot about culture. One thing I do know for sure is that your average white person who grew up in Idaho has no fucking clue about black people other than what they see on TV.
Yeah, and
or listen or the rap album they're listening to.
Right, and your average black person has no clue about the white person in Idaho, Stanley.
My argument is okay. No, I need to finish. No. Don't you need to start listening and asking better questions. I said earlier that black people have a better understanding of what goes on. Okay, God damn it. I will finish what I say, what I'm going to say.
Will, Stanley.
Black people have a better idea of what happens in the white community, to use that word, because of TV. Okay, black people have been watching the Ozzie and Harriet, the Leave It to Beaver, and I do know that white people, that Leave It to Beaver stuff is nowhere near what the average white person might come up with. But after a lifetime of watching TV, everything from Archie Bunker to Father Knows Best, I think black people have a somewhat better picture, not a perfect picture, not in detail. Some of it is propagandized, hyperbolized, and other ises, but black people have a better idea of what it's like in a white household than vice versa. And you may agree with that, you may not, but I stand by my point. Up until the Jeffersons, up until the Jeffersons, back in the 70s. Now I happen to have gone to school with white kids, so I have an idea because I've met their parents, I've been in their homes. But I still say that your average black person will have a better idea, even if it's just watching Friends. They have a better idea of what white life is like, rather than vice versa.
Well, I
The
roundly
Brady Bunch.
disagree.
That's funny.
I resoundingly disagree.
Okay.
Right, and uh, here's the thing, right? I came up in a time watching TV, and when I saw black people on TV, it was not all this baboon shows that we get now.
So you never watched Amos and Andy?
Again, again,
You
Stanley, I'm
never
talking
watched
about,
Good Times?
I'm talking about black TV shows. It was not all this baboon. It was
Well,
family.
Good Times,
Hold
Good
on,
Time,
let me finish.
dude.
I let you finish 20
Dynamite.
minutes. It was family, okay?
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
No.
Jesus Christ, stop being a victim one day.
Dude, what the fuck do you mean I'm being a victim? I'm a victim because I'm a victim because I don't. I'm a victim. If I'm a victim, if I am a victim of anything, it's having to deal. It's having to deal with you having no clue what you're talking about.
Of course, Stanley. Because all you want to do,
Okay,
like the rest of them,
maybe
is whine
you're
about
too
white
young to
people.
remember, dude. They were doing shows about the ghetto in the 70s. Don't you remember Good Times?
Yes, Stanley. And guess what though? Guess what? The Good Times family were not ghetto. They lived in the ghetto.
Oh,
Okay.
well, see, I
hold on, let me
I
finish.
beg to differ.
Of course you do, Stanley. Of course you do. You're not begging to differ because you have a true argument.
No, I'm begging to differ because Good Times was literally about the ghetto. Have you ever heard the theme song?
Did you hear what I said?
The fucking theme song
hear what I
is
said,
about
Stanley?
Good Times having having a temporary layoff is Good Times. How do you get more ghetto than that?
Stanley, did you hear what I said though? Did you watch The Family? Did you watch The Family?
Dude, I watched it in prime
Did you
time.
watch The Family?
I not only watched The Family, I watched it when it was live and in prime time.
Okay.
With my family, no doubt.
Okay. And so when you watched The Family, right? Because now, remember, there was a big controversy with Good Times. Remember, right? When they wanted to get the father up out of there because they wanted to promote
I
single
remember
motherhood.
that.
Right? There was a controversy. So remember now, it started out with family and then they tried to twist it to its perversion.
Okay, what does family have to do with them being ghetto? Okay, their families, their whole intact families in the ghetto, rare as they might be.
Here's the thing though. They themselves were not ghetto. They lived
And see, I disagree with that. I think they were ghetto.
Okay. Everyone has a different okay, listen, right? If you believe that,
well,
okay.
let me give you something that I know we'll disagree on. I think the Cosby family was normal.
Why would we disagree with that?
Well, a lot of people, there was controversy about the Cosby Show saying that, hey, you know what? They're not the normal workaday black family. You know, the one's a lawyer, one's a doctor. That's pretty rare. And there were complaints about, hey, y'all are not really depicting black life, normal black life. These people are exceptions. To me, they were, I don't know anyone who, I don't know. I can't think growing up, a lawyer married to a doctor, but there were lawyers living in my neighborhood. Having a black person have a big house and be a lawyer. To me, that was how I grew up. That was normal for me growing up.
Let me tell you something, Stanley, right? And this is why the black radicals
What's
are
up, Kimmy?
This is why the black radicals are a problem, Stanley, right? Because they lead a lot of other black people to push the degeneracy as normal, right? We recently had that with what was that? With the polo Ralph Lauren thing of what was it, Howard University and the line and black
No,
people?
it was Morehouse.
Morehouse, excuse me.
Morehouse and
black people-
Spelman.
Right, Morehouse and Spelman. And the black people, this ain't, because we from the ghetto and we's all.
Well, see, once again, you want to paint, you want to do a John Galt. Not all black people. Black people had varying opinions.
Stanley. I never see. Here's the point, right? You just go off in a tangent and you don't understand.
No,
that
I don't go off on a tangent. I'm correcting. I'm correcting your. I am correcting that white supremacy streak. You keep wanting. You keep wanting to. You keep wanting to push that white, that fucking racist white bullshit on this panel. You keep wanting to talk about black people without being specific.
No, Stanley. Like I said, there were a segment of black people that was upset with that, Stanley.
Well, thank God you were finally specific. Now we can agree. Now we can agree. Thank you for your specificity.
Okay. Trying to tell us that there are no black people like that all black people come from the ghetto, all black people come from single.
Oh, you mean like John Galt?
Sir, whatever you and John Galt have going on, I don't involve myself in that. So that's all I'm saying, right? Like, and guess what? I didn't grow up like that. The black people that I know, that I tend to associate myself with, they didn't grow up like that. So
okay,
I don't know what these people are talking about, right?
Well,
so
let me
normal to me. Yes.
Let me make an observation. Let me make an observation. And this isn't just you. I do it sometimes and have to correct myself. People keep wanting to use their experience as a yardstick of normal. And I just did it with the Cosby people. Look, the people that were on YouTube, because I showed some of these people, I shook my head and went, what the hell are you talking about? Of course, there are people who can't not only wear polo, but can't afford it. So, this ghetto mentality, like that's not real blacks. John Galt does the same thing. I don't know how many times I've heard John Galt tell me that, Stanley, you can't admit the truth. And I'm looking at him like, I had no clue what you're talking about. Maybe my truth is different than yours.
Right. Watch this, Stanley. This weekend, I went out of town, right? And my buddy and I got dressed to go to the outlets. Right now, his girlfriend is mixed, right? His girlfriend is mixed. Grew up in a liberal household, so you know what she believes, right?
No, I have no idea. Why don't you tell me?
Same thing like every other liberal white. So,
well, I'm not as willing to just paint people with a broad brush like that.
No problem, Stanley. Let's get past that. I don't want to get stuck there. So I decide, hey, let's go to the outlets, right? She goes into this raging tangent about how I'm trying to show off and going to the outlets and blah, blah, blah. Now, you want to know something odd, Stanley? If you was to ask my daughter, she would tell you she's been going to the outlets her entire life.
Right.
Right. But this white liberal thinks that I'm showing off.
Well, why? I don't quite understand why going to an outlet store is showing off.
Well, because listen, the white liberals are very fickle beings.
Well, I mean, it would have been showing off if you'd come down to Buckhead in Atlanta and gone to Phipps Plaza to the actual Nike store. You know, a Nike outlet is not the same thing as a Nike store. I mean, people who want bargains on clothes, it's not really showing off as much as, hey, I like nice stuff and I want it at a discount. I mean, that seems like common sense to me.
Well, that listen, Stanley. If you're smart, you go to the outlets because you get nice stuff for a
Yeah, it
bargain.
might be last year's fashion, but who cares?
Stanley, here's the thing, Stanley. Guess what? Nobody can't tell you what this year's fashion is.
Well, unless you're actually rich.
Right. And even them, they don't spend as much money as people might think.
Well, no, but I mean, some people, I mean, and it is rare. Like I had a girlfriend years ago who was into fashion, and she actually was. I mean, she'd be spending all kinds of money on clothes, and it wasn't at the outlets. And I probably dodged a bullet. I couldn't afford her. But I mean, most rich people actually they pinch a penny better than anybody.
And that's why I said, right? Like, listen, only poor people buy things at full price, Stanley. I don't.
Right.
I don't buy anything at full price, Stanley. Nothing. I wait for everything to go on sale.
That's the way to do it, especially if you have kids.
Well, here's the thing. You really can't play that game with kids because when they need it, they need it.
Yeah, but I mean, you use some foresight.
Well, of course, you look for the sale, right? But you can't always play that game with kids, right? Sometimes you just got to buy the kids what they need.
Well, I mean, like for, usually when I bought clothes anyway, it was usually I'd get it like a size or two too big for starters, because I'm not going, buying clothes every week. And, shoes were the only exception. I don't, shoes, I have a thing, they need to fit and they need to fit right. I don't care if I have to buy, a new pair of shoes in 6 months, but clothes, because I don't like shopping to begin with. So, yeah, I mean, if they absolutely have to have it, but usually, well, let me put it to you this way. I tended to look ahead. Like I would start looking at spring clothes in the fall, because like say last spring, at the end of spring, they start putting stuff that they couldn't sell during, the season. They start putting it on sale, at the end of spring. Well, I would be buying stuff at that spring sale for next spring, buy it a couple sizes too big, so you're pretty sure it'll fit a year from now. That's how I used to shop, catch the sales at the end of the season, but buy it for the next year's season.
Oh yeah,
so
that makes sense. That's how it's done.
Yes.
I don't got no problem with that. That's how it's done.
Yeah, but I mean, you get it on sale, and being a single parent, I just had to kind of pre-plan that stuff like that because
no, Stanley, no, I get it. Like I'm not saying anything against it. What I'm saying is that there are times where you can't wait for a sale with kids, but usually things are on sale. For the most part, I've noticed most things are on sale, so you still end up getting a good deal. But that like. It was just weird, like, but that's who white liberals are. She got all like.
Well, I thought you said she was mixed.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't consider mixed people black.
Oh yeah, well, I don't even want to open that can of worms.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, Stanley, let me get out of here and take my ass to work and stop acting like I'm homeless and ain't got nothing to do.
Well, it was good talking to you. I'll be around probably tomorrow evening.
All right, Stanley. It's always good, We go back and forth, talk shit, and then everybody moves on with their life.
Well, have a good night.
All right, Stanley, you as well.
I basically I don't know, I'm at 3 hours now. I do want to hear some more of what Diallo has to say tonight. He's talking about white on white crime, but knowing Diallo, he'll get sidetracked and start talking about something I'm not particularly interested in. I really did want to get into maybe I'll just do it during the morning show, at the end of the morning show tomorrow. I wanted to get into Charles Mills, this book right here, because I'm going to start using my Kindle more now that I've figured out how to use it. Let's see here. My Kindle. And this is, let's see, can I figure out how to go back to the cover? There we go. This is the book I intended on talking about tonight, The Racial Contract. And it's a short book, but it's a dense read, and I've been sloughing my way through it and kind of avoiding it because it's a little bit difficult. But Charles W. Mills was a philosopher who died back in 2014. And he's got a lot to say on some of the issues that I talk about, which is basically, what we know is a social compact or a social norm. There are basically, you know what? It's very Du Boisian in a way, where he talks about a dual consciousness. Basically, he's kind of extending that Du Bois double consciousness point to actual Western culture. And I think he does it very well and very convincingly. And I was pretty impressed. And Gerald Horne, the historian, mentioning Charles Mills, kind of let me know that I was on the right track with some of the people that I hold in high regard who are public intellectuals. So, but I probably will just have to do this tomorrow because there's not a lecture, but kind of an interview that Charles Mills did that I wanted to get to tonight, but didn't. So I'll have to push it off to tomorrow, and then we'll talk a little bit more about this book. In the meantime, we will come back to Diallo, listen to a little bit more of that.
So, what happens when the wife don't act good, you go to your extended community. I didn't say side piece. When your wife don't know how to show you love, you go to my extended community, the Brother Yallo community. But these shits are vegan. I saw them in the store. Oreo cookies with Reese's peanut butter fucking cream. And I read the ingredients twice. And I took it and put that shit in the basket. And my wife tuned her face up. And I'm like, what? And then she takes it out, reading the ingredients, just praying that they not vegan, just fasting and praying that they not vegan. No, they $10. No, I ain't buying it off the internet. I get these shits at the hood grocery store, Southside grocery store. I ain't gonna tell you the grocery store because I don't want y'all to run and buy that shit up. But I get that shit at the hood grocery store. This shit ain't $10. It's like half that price. And so then she like, yeah, these things are terrible. Look at the ingredients. I'm like, is it any dairy in there? Any meat? It's vegan. I don't care about nothing else. And so then we agreed that I won't buy them. In Halloween, we get buck wild on Halloween. So I'm going to buy me a package on Halloween. I don't even know when Halloween is. I know it's October. And I tell y'all, and like I said, Brother Marcus Khan, conscious good brother, Dr. Shaka Musa Barashango. I know I fast and pray that one day I become so black that I don't mess with the white man holidays. But white man got some banger holidays. Free fucking candy. I mean, that's a banger holiday. So what am I supposed to do? My blackness, but one day I might become that radical. One day I might become that revolution. I'm just not there yet. Revolution, it takes time. I'm getting there. But anyway, so I'm not even going to complain that it jumped from like 75 degrees to 90 degrees back here because there was a sudden rainstorm that shot up. What? Huh? What? Who, man, you've been talking to the wifey, James. I thought you was on my side. You know, but anyway. Oh, there's another, and this is another good thing. This Christian who I'm cool with the brother. He posted online, the devil doesn't celebrate Easter. The devil doesn't celebrate Jesus' resurrection. So why would a Christian celebrate Halloween? So the fact that Halloween, free fucking candy holiday, on top of that, eat all the sweets, unregulated consumption of candy, number one. And number two, it pisses off the Christians. Christians get all scared and shit. Do you believe there are grown folks out here still talking about demons and devils and really believing that shit? Huh? That's because you don't get the good shit. Candy is mid. That's because you don't know where the hookup is. You don't know where the plug is. You out there buying that low level, base level shit. You don't know where the gourmet chocolates and peanut butters and caramels, vegan, organic, non-GMO candies. You don't know where the good shit be at. So, you know, that's why you would say that. You buying your candy from gas stations. See, it's raining again. It's going to make it hot. The block is hot. But anyway, I love, you know, my DNA. I ate so many Reese's peanut butter cups growing up that I thought my sons were going to come out coated in chocolate because I thought that shit became part of my DNA. But I haven't had a Reese's peanut butter cup since 1992. My last Reese's peanut butter cup was and this is terrible. I hate that I remember this. This shouldn't be part of my core memory. But my last Reese's peanut butter cup was in the spring, in April of 1992. Shortly after that, I became vegan. I ever tell y'all the story about how I became a vegan? But anyway, that was my last one. And then there was this raw candy company when I was a member of the Park Slope Food Co-op, and they had these nut butter, peanut butter cups, but it was been in this country the longest, and we understand. I have to keep it real. You know, people, anybody ever said to you, oh, yeah, you wouldn't be saying that on the internet. And I'm like, yeah, that's true. I wouldn't be saying that if we weren't on the internet. In fact, I wouldn't be interacting with you at all if not for the distance of the digital fucking distance. I wouldn't have any words or any level of interaction with your dumb ass. Why do people think it's a flex to say you wouldn't be saying that on the internet? Of course not. I avoid imbeciles like the plague. But I digress. But I'm going to try to do it because Skip, every time Skip gives me advice and I follow it, it's always for the better. But then it doesn't make me feel gratitude, it makes me feel resentment because I kind of like doing hood rat shit with my friends. But that's a whole nother issue. But anyway, I didn't tell y'all the quote. The quote that slaps me in the face is, we've been in this country the longest and we understand it the least. I'm going to have to Umar this shit and say it 3 times, brothers and sisters. We've been in this country the longest and we understand it the least. My African brothers and sisters, my Nubian brothers and sisters, my Caribbean brothers and sisters, my East Asian Africans, where y'all at? I have to say this one more time and let this marinate in your soul. We've been in this country the longest and we understand it the least. And when I say the longest, I'm not being facetious. African people are the descendants of Africans. You know, listen, I be wanting to chop throats. That's why I can't act like in real life like I do on the internet. Because if anybody telling me they descended from slavery, 2 chops to the throat. Now, I can share a chop in the throat emoji or share a chop in the throat gif when I see somebody talking ADOS shit on the internet, but face to face, I can't do nothing. Drop my head in disgust. But we've been in this country the longest, and we understand it the least. Most black people, like Trump's grandfather, was an immigrant. Trump's grandfather was an immigrant. My family been in this country 10 times longer than Mr. MAGA himself. His grandfather was a dirty, stinking whoremonger, bootlegger, two-bit criminal. I think that's what it is. Trump got some beef with his bloodline. We catching beef because this motherfucker couldn't go to therapy. Trump is like, yo, I don't trust, like my granddaddy. What did your grandfather do to you to make you hate immigrants so much? Because your grandpappy was a dirty, stinking, rotten, two-bit whoremonger, law-breaking immigrant. Trump's granddaddy was an immigrant. And I think that's, maybe speculation, tinfoil hat time. But my grandfather, my great-grandfather, Sonics Bowie's grandfather, Reverend Streeter, former slave, was born in the United States. We got Trump's family. It goes back further, but I say we've been in my family. My peoples and my wife's people, the Mississippians. See, we were, French Creole, Louisiana, and the Carolina slaves. Where my wife, she was Mississippi Delta country slave. So, even though her family tends to be more articulate and more affluent than my family, we got better lineage. I'm telling you, I'm gonna start. See how that fucking ADOS FBA bullshit is seeping into my vocabulary. I gotta stop paying attention to their dumbasses. But I digress. We've been in this country the longest, and we understand it the least. And I talk to black folks who have lived in Chicago for generations. I wasn't born in Chicago. I wasn't raised in Chicago, and I was already a fully formed adult before I set foot in Chicago. Now, my whole time here, I've lived on the South Side, but I don't pretend to know nothing intimate or deep about Chicago. I'm learning about Chicago. I probably, if I stay here the rest of my life, I probably won't know enough about Chicago to ever be considered a Chicago native. Now, my sons were in diapers when we came here, so they were raised here, but neither one of them were born here. My wife was born and raised here. And I talk to people born and raised here, right? Been here 3 times longer than I've been here. And I talk to them about the Chicago political landscape. I talk to them about Chicago economics, how resources are gathered, classified, and distributed. I talk about certain Chicago institutions. And they've been here the longest, and they understand it the least. Good brothers, and I'm not even trying to diss people. I'm not even trying to diss people. But because there's some good people, but they don't know nothing. I got black folks today talking about Willie Wilson. If you don't know who Willie Wilson is, bless your heart. He's a wealthy black man who has a serial compulsion to run for office and lose. And he's a right-wing, ultra-conservative pro-MAGA. He was championing the military occupation and calling for the National Guard to come to Chicago more than a decade ago. More than 20 years ago, he wanted military occupation of the black community. But because he's a wealthy entrepreneur, and we've been indoctrinated to believe, because I tell you, if you look at black history, and the triumphs of black people, things we've overcome and fought for, the title that's going to pop up the least in black liberation, black struggle, black progress is entrepreneur. But I did a whole thing on BBL, Black Business Lunacy, how we have adopted and embraced the European fiction about entrepreneurialism and the market and competition. It's a goddamn lie. And we are fools to be out here talking about black entrepreneurialism outside of anything than a community or individual ambition, but it is not a path to liberation. It's not a path to power. It's not even a path through wealth, because the richest people in this fucking country did not get rich through entrepreneurialism. They use entrepreneurialism to sustain or preserve their wealth, but they didn't gain wealth through entrepreneurialism. The richest man in the world, and I think he's back down to second now. Some other parasite has surpassed Elon Musk. Elon Musk makes more money off of selling carbon credits than he does off of his commercial enterprises. He makes more money off of government income. And if you go back to Trump's first time in office, when Trump lost the election to Biden, he was asked about Elon Musk, and he said one of the most perplexing things that happened to him while he was in office, one of the things he discovered or he saw while he was in office, was how all the rich people would come begging. He said Elon Musk would have gotten down on his knees and serviced him if he said, because all these wealthy people, all these big titans of industry, all these tech moguls are highly dependent on the government. While they got my grandma ashamed of getting food stamps, rest in peace. Why they got my mama afraid of ashamed that she's filling out a Section 8 voucher. These billionaires are receiving shit tons of government funding, government contracts, government grants, government bailouts, government handouts. And you name one industry, name one. The coal or fossil fuel industry, the tech industry, manufacturing, agriculture, big agriculture, pharmaceutical. You name one major industry in this country that if they lost all government inputs from protection of their markets, protection of their and oversight of the trade routes, protections of their patents, and even the entertainment industry of their patents and trademarks and copyrights. You take any major industry and you remove the government, which they always telling us, government, get out of our way. They tell that to, we've been in this country the longest and we understand it the least. They tell us to broke folks that the government is the problem, that the government's in the way, it's overregulating, it's overtaxing. And they stand on a podium and tell us all this bullshit, or they print in the newspaper, or they set up the algorithms that they all own control, all the media that they control. The government's the worst. And then they come in through the back door of Congress with lobbyists. But I digress. All I'm saying, Elon Musk is a parasitic welfare king. So anyway, I talk to people born and raised in Chicago, and I try to listen because I know Chicago ain't my home, and I don't want people having to reply me, yo, foe. What they say, yo, foe. I can't even fake a Chicago accent. You ain't from here. You ain't from here. And I'm like, when did I ever? Okay, you got that part of it. You defeated me in that. I did never even profess to be from here, but I try to listen to him, and I'm like, wow. So it don't just mean all of America. Black folks have been here the longest, and we understand the least. But I'm not down on.
Yeah, I tend to disagree with
saying
you on that.
The fish is the last creature to recognize water. Fish don't recognize water until they snatched up out that shit. Well, anyway, it's just a frustration of mine. I don't want to go into detail because, like I said, I'm not just saying this because let me tell you something about revolution that I think a lot of revolutionary and something about consciousness that a lot of conscious people, I only critique revolutionaries according to revolutionary standards. A lot of us get mad, like a lot of conscious and revolutionary people want to get mad at Black folks for voting Democrat, which is really silly. We're the Democrats and voting the Democrats and literally saying the Democrats have never done anything for us. And that means you just don't know history. You just don't know public policy. But again, I don't want people to start calling me a Democrat either. It's just, But I'm gonna have to move on because I don't want to start naming names, because this is a discussion I've had earlier today, and it's a bit fresh, and it's a lot frustrating. A little fresh, very frustrating. But we do not understand, or some of us do. But the problem is, the most corrupt, unprincipled people in our community understand economics and they understand politics. And they utilize this comprehension of politics and economics to advance their short-term, short-sighted, self-centered individual interest. But the conscious people, the revolutionary people, many of them, because some of them are scholars, some of them legitimately understand the nature of politics and economics. But then they get up their own asses. They become so arrogant and pompous that they believe they're above playing the game of politics, because it's beneath them. I'm a revolutionary. I shouldn't have to get dirty. You know, I'm not going to sully myself by caucusing or lobbying or petitioning or even voting. I'm a revolutionary. And soon as the armed rebellion comes, I'll be at the front lines. But since that's not today, I can rest comfortably in my superiority, and with the fallacy that when the armed rebellion comes and when it comes time for revolution, I will take the helm. And since the time for revolution is not here and is not, then I can just take the helm of being better than everybody. Because I don't vote Democrat, because I don't bother lobby and petition, and I won't even advocate for such things. I will advocate for revolution without acknowledging or strategizing anything practical or present or immediate. I've got this grand vision, but I have no step-by-step process. I have no bridge from my superior understanding to making it manifest, material manifest. I will sit on this side of the bridge, wait for someone else to build that link, and then I'll cross the bridge once it's built. But anyway, I'm done. Let's talk about racism. That's one of the things. It blows my mind how poorly Black people understand racism. Being that there ain't a Black person on this earth that does not contend with racism, that is not impacted negatively by racism before they leave their mother's womb. Scientific studies demonstrate that Black mothers, I don't like getting into the statistics, but let's go. Black mothers are what, 5 times more likely to die giving birth than white? Black infant mortality is more than 2 to 3 times, and even higher depending on where you are in the country. The cortisol levels and other stress hormone levels in African women's bloodstreams and through that penetrate the placental barrier are much higher than in African babies. Low birth rate, high instances of low birth rate. Every hospital in this country has a list of symptoms and characteristics that will qualify you as having a high-risk pregnancy. So you go into the physician's office or go to your local clinic, or you just go to the CVS and get a little test, and you test and you say, oh, I'm pregnant. When you walk in to see a physician, if it's not a regular occurrence, the physician will go over a list of factors. Do you smoke, or do you have a history of smoking? Do you drink, or do you have a history of consuming alcohol? Do you do you have obesity? Do you have any type of heart anomalies? Do you have any type of congenital issues, lupus? Do you have sickle cell? And these are all lists of factors that can classify you as a high-risk pregnancy. And on that list, and every woman, Asian, white, African, every woman gets this workup. And they say, well, you don't, you have a, you have the pregnancy and you have high risk pregnancy. High risk pregnancy require more frequent visits to the doctor, more intensive monitoring, more frequent ultrasounds, and having and put you, it costs more and it's more input and it's more stress. You go to the doctor and the doctor's like, oh shit. What's the first thing that happens? If you go to your doctor and your doctor looks at you some type of way, you know, immediately your heart rate increase, your blood pressure goes up, your stress hormones, and some of y'all even go into flight or flight mode. So hearing bad news from the doctor immediately increases your stress level, your C-reactive protein, right? So if a woman goes in and they're like, you're healthy, you're fit, you're between the ideal ages 22 to 35, you're between the ideal ages of pregnancy, you have no history of substance abuse personally or in your family, nor does your husband, you have no history of STDs, you're great. See you in 3 weeks. See you in 2 months. Take this prenatal vitamin and keep up the good work. But if you're high risk pregnancy, they were like, you got to come in here so many times, boom, boom, boom. If you're a poor person, high risk, they might assign a social worker to you. They might put family services on your ass. And one of the criteria for high risk pregnancy is being a Black woman. So if an Asian woman, a white woman, or a Black woman walk in and sit down, and they all are the exact same age, exact same weight, exact same medical history, the Black woman is automatically put in the high-risk pregnancy category, which unto itself making it's kind of like when they call Black boys criminals. And everywhere Black boys go, people clutching their purses and following them around stores. That type of treatment cultivates antisocial behavior in individuals and groups all over the world if you treat someone that way. And that's something as complex as a developing human brain. Maltreatment affects your brain formation, your brain chemistry. Hell, it ain't got to be a human. You kick a dog every time you walk past it. Pretty soon that dog is going to be the most ornery dog. But anyway, let's go back. So, so you take somebody like Serena Williams. Her body is the most tuned, fit, capable body on. She almost died giving birth. You take Beyonce. Beyonce is like, I'm not carrying these kids. Somebody who's had the premium health care her entire life. Has a whole fucking staff, whole floor medical unit dedicated to just her and her offspring. So that's racism, right? But we don't understand racism. And what's even crazier, most white people don't understand racism. And a big problem for us is we have been tricked into seeking equality with white people, which is absurd. Because we were tricked into believing getting equal rights meant that being equal with them means we get all the rights they get, we get all the opportunities they get, we get all of the considerations they get. And we never thought, well, being equal to them might make us as psychopathic as they are. Because they got all this good shit and look how they behave. And we thought we get all this good shit, we're going to do it better. We're going to out-pope the Pope. We're going to out-Muhammad. We're going to do white folks' business better than they do it. We're going to tend to white folks' rights better than they tended to it. We're not going to become dysfunctional and psychopathic. And see, devastating you. No, they understand it. See, he thinks all these white folks are tricking us. Devastating thinks that white folks really understand. You ask the average white folks. First of all, the average white person thinks that, number one, racism is more of a Black delusion. You ask the average white person, because I've read the surveys. I'm married to a researcher, an expert, one of the top researchers in her field of psychology. And I look over her shoulder sometimes. And The average white person, if you ask them a question such as, what's more harmful? What causes more racial antagonism? Racism being practiced or racism being talked about? And the average white person believes people talking about race or constantly bringing up race is what causes racism, or is more of a damaging and harmful factor than racism. A cop will pull you over, put a AR-15 to your temple, drag you and your whole family out of the car, handcuff y'all, and lay you on the hot pavement, search your car, and you're completely innocent. And the moment you say, this is racist, the cop will be like, why are you going to bring race into this? And it would be better if they were just pretending, these evil geniuses that Kamau talked about, that they're all conspiring and tricking, that they're really not that stupid because they got nukes. So I wish these people weren't as stupid or moronic as many of them are in high positions. I wish they were just playing dumb. But the facts don't. For the average white person,
Yeah, he's
racism is
off
character
on a
flaw.
tangent.
It's
That's
a
for sure.
shortcoming. It's a shortcoming and a character flaw. It is not
Now
one
I
of the
now
core
I
components
remember why I stopped
of the
listening to.
systems that are destroying and committing genocide and rendering the life, rendering the soil and the land and the oceans uninhabitable for complex life form. You know, to them, racists are for the good whites. Racists are assholes. Racists are just assholes. My uncles are racist. My granddad's a racist. We have Thanksgiving. He has such a whimsical sense of humor. He fixed my moped. You know, but he was racist. It's a character flaw. It's a shortcoming. Like eating too much candy. You know, eating too much candy and not enough vegetables. You know, that's what racism is to the average white person. And you can tell how they talk about it. How oftentimes they are even now telling us, these MAGA racists, we need to reach out to them. They tell us about how the
Well, again, this is kind of covered in Charles W. Mills kind of explains this, not directly, but he gives the tools to understand why that is. The problem with Diallo, at least, what he's doing right now is it's really more whining about it than explaining why it is that way. And that, tends to just be annoying.
MAGA racists are suffering from the policies they voted for, and maybe we should try to recruit them. I've worked with several organizations that have not been Black exclusive, where it's been multicultural leftists and progressive groups. And there's always the white people in the multicultural, multiracial organizations, the socialist, the vegan groups. And they're always making the argument, we can't conduct ourselves in such a way to alienate the racist. We should be trying to win over the racist. We should bring the predatory vicious predators into the room with the prey. And it's crazy to me that Black folks, first of all, most of us don't understand racism. When the lack of the failure to comprehend the nature of racism is deadly to us. It's deadly to us. And many of us expire before our physical selves expire. It will kill us psychologically. It will kill our spirits, our enthusiasm, our zest for life. It will destroy our drive to reproduce ourselves, even if we overcome every other component of racism. We can walk in and white folks admire us. White folks, we got all the money and all the wealth. We can overcome every hurdle and trap of racism like Michael Jackson. And you want to see yourself erased from the timeline. Fucking Michael Jackson, Thanos snapped himself out of existence because of racism. And we all, them his kids, them ain't his kids. You bring a needle within 100 feet of Michael Jackson's kids, they sprint. They know they don't want. Michael Jackson wanted to be white himself, and he wanted his lineage to be white. It ain't just Michael Jackson. I'll never forget this. I was you ever get a rental car and it has like free satellite radio? I really like satellite radio. I've never paid for it, but I love when I rent a car. I go out of town, I rent a car, and this guy's satellite. I love it. Every time I was listening, I believe it was the really good. I mean, this guy's good at his craft. Ed Lover. I've always liked Ed Lover, and he had this song back in the day called "I'm Naked Under My Clothes." I don't know. I just like silly shit. Sue me. I'm naked under my clothes. Shout out to Ed Lover. Unless he's done some Tom shit I don't know about. I don't want to shout out no coon. I ain't seen him do no coon or heard him say no coon shit, as far as I know. So I think I'm safe. Giving a shout out to Ed Lover. But I listen to the Ed Lover show because Ed Lover is like a pillar in hip hop. So he gets people to do interviews that almost never do interviews. And one time he was interviewing Scarface, Action, Brad Jordan, right? He was interviewing Scarface, and Scarface said, 50 years from now, my grandchildren or great-grandchildren are going to be looking at the mantle, and they're going to look at their parents and say, Papa, who's that Negro on the mantle? And his children are going, and his great-grandchildren are going to look at his great-grandchildren and say, hey, that's your great-great-grandfather. Because he said literally all of his children are involved with non-black people. All of his children are involved with non-black people. And then all those children are being raised oriented in white facing. So it can be conceived that his African phenotype will be bred out of his bloodline in 2 to 3 generations. And he thought it was funny. And you think it can't happen? Go look up the grandchildren of Diana Ross. Go look up Eartha Kitt's granddaughter. Go, and I ain't going to tell y'all to look up Michael Jackson's kids. That was crazy. Remember when Janet Jackson said, "Oh, is Kamala black? I didn't know. No one told me Kamala was black. I thought she was Indian." Janet playing in our fucking faces, and all these black people who hated Kamala ran out and was like, yeah, right on, Auntie Janet, right on, Auntie Janet. Hey, now you're going too far. I purposely left Grace Jones out of this. Leave it alone. Now, we ain't going to sit here and disparage Grace Jones. Have you seen Conan the Destroyer, huh? One of my favoriteest movies. As a young man looking at Grace Jones and that leather strap. She didn't have, whew, man, let me not pull it up. But anyway, no, we're not going to judge. Grace Jones has earned her right. We're not going to disparage. Certain people are above reproach. Thank you, Flomo. My Jamaican guy. She's an icon. That's all we can say about Grace. And then everything else, we just look away. We turn our heads. We avert our... Hey, listen. Did I take away, James? Did I take away your little wrench? Oh, you still got your wrench. James, you need to stop this. Get on top of this. You're the moderator. Get on top of this Grace Jones hateration. I've never in my life, Sister Grace, Auntie Grace, views and comments expressed on my live do not reflect the point of view of the Bro Diallo show, Sister Grace Jones. You know, I told my wife, there's a list of like 3 women that if they call, I'm packing my bags, man, I come home. God bless. Me out. You know, one was Oprah. Just for the money. It's purely greed. Grace Jones, and I'm ashamed to say who the other lady is, but she's passed away, so my wife can rest easy. There's only 2 women left on the list that if they call, I'm out of here. No questions. The other one was, you know, the lady from who voiced, I ain't gonna tell you, it's an old white lady. That's all I'll tell you. Maybe I'll tell y'all if y'all ask me at the end. But she passed on, so it never called. The nerve of her. But let's get back on track. Real shit is happening out here. We don't understand racism. White people don't understand racism. We think that, not all of us, and when I say we, it's not that there are many black folks. I've read too
Well,
many
then
books.
he's doing better
I've read
than
too
American
many
man.
research papers to know that there are African people from all over the globe that have a thorough comprehension of racism. They're the ones who taught me. So when I say we, because sometimes when something is so pervasive in the community, even if you're not personally affected, if you are among, hell no, James, we got somebody else that need to be disciplined. See, James, I left you to wrench. I told you that this is a no Grace Jones disparaging zone. No Grace Jones distance zone. I got to recenter myself. I'm just giddy. It's Halloween, and I'm in a better mood than I should be. No, okay, fine. Let me tell y'all this, and then I swear we're gonna get on target. The lady I really like, she voiced. If you ever seen the show Archer, she voiced the character's mother on Archer.
Oh yeah.
She said, "You want ants? Because that's how you get ants." And she also played the mother,
Jessica
the matriarch
Walters.
on Arrested Development, the television show. I don't even remember her name, but I used to love Arrested Development, the TV show, and I used to love Archer, and she was my favorite character on both of those shows. And so it was her. I don't remember her name. I don't even know her name. That's how carnal my Jessica Walter. There she is. That's the third on my list. So now I have a list of two. Oprah, your time is running out. Grace, your time is running out. And you got less competition now. So holla. And she gave me permission. I said, okay. And I gave her a list. And she was smart enough to say and knew that my male ego was fragile. My toxicity was to the level. And she's like, I don't have a list. So I made a list for her. Like, if these motherfuckers call, just go. Me and the kids will be all right. I gave her a list. You know, sometimes she'll go back and watch these shows. She don't watch them live because she's busy. Sometimes she'll go back and watch these shows, and then she'll try to come to me real calm, like, yo, your show. And it's never about the topic. She never wants to debate the topic or the issues. She always talks about these parts of the show. I think your show would be better. Like, she's trying to help me, you know. So if she sees it, she sees it. And some of y'all are snitches. Some of y'all know Dr. Mingo. Some of y'all, I got snitches in here. I just can't make it. But can we get back to talking about racism? Y'all slack. You're slack. Slackness. No more slackness. But I guess it's just the money. For Oprah, me and Oprah, it would be a money. It's pure gigolo business over here. But then this list is like 20 years old. I've been with my wife. This list is 20 years old. I don't even know where she is in terms of the money. And that's back when I thought I could really take Stedman. I don't know if I could go head up against Stedman, right? You know, I ain't been training like I used to. So that too. So anyway, it's just they waited too long. They missed their opportunity. Can we get back to the topic? Jesus Christ, that's what happens when maybe I do need to ask the Lord to come into my life, and maybe I won't have to deal with so much slackness. Let me say, our Father, please help us to get online and get back on track and stay back on track, because the time is moving. I want to open up for Q&A, but anyway, white people don't understand racism. We don't understand racism, but I know for a fact. But what I was saying is, when I say we, because when I talk about Christianity and Islam, even though I'm an atheist, I often speak about how it affects us and we, because even though I ain't giving 10% of my pre-tax income to no pork chop preacher or imam, even though I'm not out here, you know, bumping my head on the floor facing the east, and I'm not, you know, up in no tabernacle doing the Holy Ghost dance, I understand that because it's so pervasive, so many of my loved ones, so many of my kinfolk, so many of my brothers and sisters, so many of my fellow ideologues, so many of my fellow Black socialists, Black vegans, Black revolutionaries, so many of my brothers and sisters across the continent, the Caribbean, and Central and South America, they all are worshiping the oppressor's God and its ridiculous dogma. And I can't simply exempt myself. Like a lot of Black people think, well, I can surpass racism by being a high achiever, getting high education, having a high income, having a non-Black spouse, or having a non-Black artificial identity. Oh, I'm Native, I'm Moorish, I'm American descendant. But so when a lot of times I say we need to say we, Mo, because we have not escaped this shit. When everybody, everywhere, when you're people. So when I say we don't understand racism, to the extent that there's so few of us who have a true grasp and understanding of racism, that
why doesn't he just
because the
define
masses
the
of our
term?
people don't understand racism, we do not have enough of a groundswell. We do not have enough to make the cultural shift of mounting effective and sustained opposition. One thing about racism is that racism is not just about someone's attitude or disposition. That's why Black people can't be racist, no matter how many other folks, no matter how stupid Dr. Fubar is. When Dr. Fubar is online talking about migrants being xenophobic. Even so, somebody got mad. I mentioned the con man, so I won't mention the con man. But even if I had a cult where I call the white man the devil, where I call a ethnic white group call their religion gutter, even if I got all this vitriol, all this smoke for the devil, but ain't never lifted a finger, ain't never caused the devil to break a fingernail, even though I keep segments of the Black population in constant fear and intimidation, but I ain't never caused one devil in over half a century to lose one night's sleep. But I digress. That's not racism, because racism is the hatred and exploitation. Even if you get a Black person who goes to enlist in ICE, you got some Black folks that are like, I'm going to go and be an agent of ICE. You got Black cops. We've been dealing with Black cops since the fucking paddle roller, since the slave catcher days. Right? Even if a Black becomes POTUS, becomes president of the United States, and they give him the scepter, they give him the baton, they give him the power and authority to take the helm of this very system of he wears the racism crown. He is acting according to protocols, policies, positions, agendas, and interests that are not his own. So I can build a big, beautiful house with a big gate around it, and I can put a pit bull in that gate, and that pit bull can be fully charged with protecting and attack who I tell it to attack, and allow in who I tell it to allow in. And nobody's dumb enough to say that pit bull is a property owner. He's on the property. He's defending the property. He eats at the property. He sleeps at the property. But it'll never be that pit bull's property. Never. So even when you see Negroes out here with MAGA caps on, badges, they online talking about, yeah, get these migrants out of here, and regurgitating. They're like the parrots. They're mimicking white racists. They don't have the status or capacity to be racist. They can be ignorant as fuck. They can be harmful. They can even be predatory.
I literally disagree with that.
You're right. You're right. Okay. Yes. Yes. They have put their hands on some people, some devils. But if we go against that apocalyptic Islamic cult and we go body for body, life for life, I bet you the lives and the harms done to devils does not reach the harm done to Black folks. But it's cool because most cults, most apocalyptic cults prey on their own. The Mormon church preys on white folks. Little white girls have gotten more hell from the Mormon church than any other demographic. You know, the shining light cult. So most cults tend to prey. Most predatory animals tend to prey in the regions where they live. Like when the lion wants to prey on the water buffalo or prey on the antelope, the lion doesn't get up and travel all the way to the mountains to hunt a gorilla or a mountain goat. The lion doesn't go to the ocean shore and jump in to hunt penguins. Most predators prey where they dwell. They prey in the areas where they're most familiar with, because they're disguised. They're disguised. If you go outside of your natural habitat, you're more aware, but that's a whole nother thing. So capitalism and the state are what allow for racism to be an issue for us. Kwame Ture said, if a white man wants to lynch me, that's his problem. But if he has the power to lynch me, that's my problem. He also said that the power of racism and racists is rooted in capitalism, in their control of the means of production, their domination of the infrastructure of the state, the military, and the various governing agencies. That is what makes racism a problem for us. It is not that white folks don't like us. We existed for centuries without them knowing they existed. We don't need their love or liking us to exist or to thrive. But our vulnerability to racist is what we have to work on. We don't have to work on changing the heart of a racist. You have to work on your vulnerability to racism. And we miss out on that so many times. It is not our obligation, should not be our goal, and we should waste no resources in trying to avoid offending racists. There's so many black folks out here and white liberals. These white liberals are like, don't give them an excuse. Like here in Chicago, now we got Gestapo here on the South Side. I was just downtown at the first Sunday's event on State, and I saw the Gestapo in their camouflage. Like, what the fuck? I mean, camouflage in downtown Chicago is a suit and a tie. Camouflage in downtown Chicago is a White Sox t-shirts and cargo shorts and flip-flops. Why the fuck are you wearing camo for the jungle downtown? This ain't about being hidden or camouflage. It's literally about intimidation. And we got liberals telling us, don't do anything to provoke them. Don't give them a reason. Don't give them an excuse.
I am going to wrap this up. He doesn't seem to, he rambles a lot. And, if you're in the right mood for it, I guess it can be entertaining, but it has ceased to be entertaining tonight. So please, everyone, make sure you hit the like button on your way out. The few that are left, the hardy and the tough. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. If you are new and aren't too bored, please make sure you subscribe to the channel and recommend it out. We are trying to get to 500 subscribers, so we at least have the option of being monetized. Also, something that I rarely say, feel free, if you are not watching this live, feel free to comment in the chat. Don't get a whole lot of comments generally, but we're looking to get that up also. If you agree with the point, disagree with the point, just want to say hi, feel free to comment, and get so few of them, I tend to actually respond to all of them. Tomorrow will be Tuesday. I may even get up a little early depending on how well I sleep. May do 6:45. At a minimum, it'll be 7:45 in the morning Eastern time. It is not near the weekend yet, but feel free to donate, or maybe it's even investing in the Sovereign Beer Fund. That's always donations are always appreciated for the Sovereign Beer Fund. And, you know, I do have subscriptions, magazine, Substack, newspaper subscriptions, and some other things. Do have expenses running the show. So always feel free to donate. It is always much appreciated. Supporting the host, supporting the show, etc. And I will see everybody in the morning. DiCapriono, Brian, Kimmy was here, American Man, who is becoming a usual suspect in the in these evenings. Enjoyed talking to you. And let's see who else. CKJ, Dirty Dude, of course. DiCapriono, of course. CKJ3, Black Knight. Enjoyed seeing you all. And again, if anybody has any show suggestions, please do. I have contacted Josh, who is a self-avowed or self-proclaimed Christian nationalist. He's going to come on the show one morning or one evening. I just happened to run into him on a Discord channel. So he says, sure, he'll come up and talk Christian nationalism with me. And I let him know that, you know, I kind of, you know, I'm into politics. So I have some of his positions I definitely have questions about. Not the part, not the part about, you know, the usual suspect questions, because I accept Christian nationalists for what they are. I just don't think he's a Christian nationalist. The way he described himself and his activities just didn't sound like Christian nationalism. It sounded pretty much like white nationalism. And now Christian nationalists generally are white nationalists, but they don't necessarily have to be. So I have questions along that sort of thing. No, you know what? He seems like a pretty nice guy, regardless of his foul, his foul views. And it'll be interesting. I don't get too many guests who actually come up and talk like actual politics, like interview style. And at some point, I want to move into that. You know, the occasional, you know, interview. I would like to do. You know, actually writing down questions, not even debating, just more interviewing. You know, how do you debate with a Christian nationalist when they, you know, he was not shy about what he believes as a Christian nationalist. So there's not going to be a whole lot of debate back and forth. I definitely don't seek to change his mind. So, yes, you can be a Christian and a nationalist, at least in MAGA world. So remind me tomorrow, CKJ. I'll actually get in there and do work on the the definitions. Christian nationalists basically they basically think that the United States is a Christian nation. It was founded to be that way, and they want a country that does not have a barrier between church and state. That is indeed Christian nationalist, and it makes sense if you get rid of the separation between church and state. Now, the problem is that Madison and Jefferson specifically, they were very specific. Madison literally wrote an essay. It's called Freedom of Conscience, which was basically, hey, you're free to be any religion you want to be or not have a religion. The state cannot dictate that and shouldn't. So, you know, there's some specific, some definitional stuff that I'm sure Josh must know it, but when he described his Christian nationalism, it didn't ring true. So maybe he can educate me. Sometimes dictionary definitions don't actually match what's actually happening, you know, when the rubber meets the road. So that's what he's going to help me with. Oh, Christ wouldn't agree with a lot of things that these people people declare in the name of Christ. So no doubt about that. So anyway, I enjoyed it. Let me go and eat dinner. You can hear the microwave timer in the background. So I will see everybody in the morning, and y'all have a good night.
Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop-De-Wop.